allowing us to be of good health as we stand to pledge our service to you one more time and our service to our country. I just want to firstly say thank you for the health and life of our Speaker, the health and life of the opposition leader and members in the opposition, the health and life of every member of Parliament in the government side. We may have erred, but I pray for your special forgiveness. We lead a country of huge diversity. We serve a country of many wants and needs. We have an inherent deficient public service machinery that is many times broken down. But in the midst of all our challenges, you have allowed us to prevail, especially that the country lives on. And today, as we stand for the last time, I just want to say thank you very much on behalf of all leaders who have served with me in this Parliament, in both sides of the House. We think of those who have passed before us, the 7 or so who have passed. We think of the family also, their family. We think of the family of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare. We think of the family of Sir Mekere Morata, those who have died in service to your country and to you. And for us who are standing here as we come one more time for perhaps the last sitting of this term of Parliament, our thank you to you for our calling, and as we prepare to sit this last time, we present ourselves to you. You know the meditation of our hearts. You know the work that we've done, and we present ourselves one more last time to you. And as we go out to the elections, I pray for special watch and care of our members of Parliament. I pray for special watch and care of our country. Those who will also be contesting our electorates right throughout our country, may your will prevail. But for these members who stand here, I dedicate them back to you for this great Jesus. We are praying in your saving name, and as we recite the words that you've taught us, may these words be real in our hearts. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Petition, notices.
Welfare Affairs gives notice that it shall present a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1990. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Tax Act 2003. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax, Dividend Withholding Tax and Interest Withholding Tax Rates Act Chapter 111 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act 1995 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Connemara Petroleum Park Act 2008 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs give notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Prices Regulation Amendment Bill. The Prime Minister and Minister for Welfare Affairs gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Resources Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000 and for related purposes. Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs give notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117, and for related purposes. The Treasurer gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003. The Treasurer gives notice that they shall present a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1956.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent presentation of ministerial statements being brought forthwith. Thank you.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk. Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, what an extraordinary 3 years of responsible, responsive, caring economic actions by the Marape government. What a contrast to the worst economic mismanagement in our nation's history by the head of the PNC. Before I demonstrate these differences in performance, I need to cover two important items. First, I want the final budget outcome, or FBO, for 2021. Once again, I have good news to share on successful, steady, ongoing budget repair and reconstruction. Second, I want to quickly outline key actions being taken by the Marape-Basel government to deal with cost of living pressures on PNG families due to the Ukraine-Russian war. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to foreshadow that I will be introducing important legislative changes before this Parliament rises today, which will provide targeted relief to our families. We consider we will have significant extra revenues in 2022 flowing from the increased profitability of our petroleum and mineral sector. And we will redirect these increased revenues back to our people. First, we will remove fuel excise and GST on all fuel products for 6 months. From the beginning of May, it will cost about 107 kina less to fill up a 100-litre tank of petrol. This will cost an estimated 250 million kina. Second, we will lift the income tax threshold from 12,500 kina to 17,500 kina from about the 1st of June 2022, or when IRC are ready, till the end of this year. So if someone earns 17,500 kina or above, they will now take home in their fortnightly pay packet an extra 42 kina 30 toya. This will cost us 135 million kina. Third, we will fully fund school project fee costs in 2022. This will flow through to all families with children in schools, with the reimbursement of project fees of 20%. This will cost 126 million kina. And finally, we will work with local businesses, manufacturers, to reduce the costs of all tin fish, oxen palm, rice and flour by 10% at a cost of 100 million kina. This is a major 611 million package to assist all families in Papua New Guinea. We cannot deal with all of the impacts of the war, but we can help. We can help. And if the war continues, we will consider to do more. This is a good, responsive, responsible government, listening to our people, listening to our businesses, whilst also protecting our children's future by ongoing budget repair. Final budget outcome of 2021. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to provide Parliament with good news on the performance of the 2021 budget. The budget deficit target for 2021, as most of us are now aware, was 6,631 million kina. The outcome is a deficit of 6,270.3 million kina. Expenditure of 20,130.7 million kina. This is slightly higher than expected, but all because of higher donor grants. Revenues of 13,860.4 million kina. Tax revenues were higher than expected, and donor grants were higher than expected. As a share of our GDP, the deficit drops from 8.9% of GDP in 2020 down to 6.7% for 2021, a reduction over 1 billion kina from the 7,304 million kina in 2020. By international standards, this is an extraordinary turnaround in just 1 year, an improvement of 2.2 percentage points of GDP, more than double what would be regarded internationally as a good rate of repair. Mr. Speaker, let me share a personal comment. As a business person, I have never liked having to borrow. As a business person, I have slashed costs where necessary. But the role of a treasurer requires careful balances in protecting the health and education and infrastructure spending in our budget. It needs business insights, but also wise judgment, given the much broader role of the treasurer in national development for all our people and its social consequences. We need to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for our people. Careful balances in focusing tax increases on those that can afford it the most. Reducing our borrowing with a clear, costed, credible plan to return the budget to a surplus by 2027, and getting our debt levels down to below 30% of GDP, and even the option of eliminating all debt, all sovereign debt, completely for the first time in our history. Mr. Speaker, budget repair and reconstruction also builds international credibility. The opposition claims we would not be able to finance PNG's budget. We did so. 4,913 million in good, cheap international financing. We use these funds to help pay off the expensive Credit Suisse loan, having to borrow to pay off the former government's borrowings, but doing so at an interest costs of usually under 2%, rather than the commercial interest costs of over 8%, such as on the expensive sovereign bond. Our constructive, open, transparent international engagement also has led to a major increase in international grant support. We budgeted for 1,008 million kina in international grant support in 2021. We received 2,088 million kina, more than double. An extra 1 billion kina in grant support. This is over 100 kina extra for every person in Papua New Guinea to support government services. And for the first time in more than 2 decades, I am pleased that some donors have actually started to provide grant support directly through our own budget. This is a sign of trust. This is a sign of partnership. This is delivering benefits to our people from constructive engagement with the global community. Mr. Speaker, we have also continued the process of changing the fundamental structure of our budget. We are bringing operational costs under control. We are rapidly expanding the capital budget. More needs to be done with salary costs for teachers and police and health workers higher than initially expected. But the level of cost blowouts have reduced dramatically. More on that later. And I'm very pleased that there is a comprehensive staffing review plan that has been completed to bring these costs under even greater control. Another successful FBO outcome with ongoing budget repair. Not just words, but distinct actions. Revenue targets met. Financing targets met. Expenditure under control. More and more government expenditure focused on the capital budget. These concrete actions of budget repair are being rewarded by the international community. Let me thank our international partners for their outstanding support last year. 2021 was a very good year for budget repair in Papua New Guinea. Marape Basel government's economic achievements. Mr. Speaker, these very positive outcomes from this year's final budget outcome, or FBO, is just further evidence that the Marape Basel government is delivering for the people of Papua New Guinea. Recently, I sat down with my economic team to reflect on the achievements since becoming the Treasury Ministry in the Marape government. We quickly got to over 100 achievements, not just 100-day action plan from the last government, with most of those promises actually not delivered. Instead, a steady path forward based around 10 economic principles set out in the 2020 budget for a better, fairer economic vision, better budgeting, and working to build international support. These principles have stayed with us consistently since we formed this government. They were based on our national goals and principles in our Constitution and the all-important United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. They were built on the values of the Pangu Party and the National Alliance. They have been robust and helped guide us through the extraordinary once-in-a-century global health pandemic. Once again, they are guiding us through the worst war to explode in Europe since the end of World War II. Mr. Speaker, I will not go through all the 100 achievements during this speech, for if I spent only 1 minute on each of these achievements, only 1 minute, I would be here for another 1 hour and 40 minutes. So I'll let that go for another time. For we know we already have a very busy agenda today. These achievements will be set out over the coming weeks and months in press releases and, of course, other presentations. But just let me go through a few high-level ones, and let me compare these to the first few years of the failed government of the current head of the PNC from 2012 to 2014. Let me give you a comparison. He has become the one that must not be named, but we all know who he is. We all know what he did. We just need to remember. All the sackings of anyone who questioned his corrupt practices, all the incompetence and abuse of office, all the concentration of power, all the lack of listening to other ministers, especially former treasuries. We all know the story. The USB report indeed promises to be an insightful one. Mr. Speaker, the former 2012 government inherited a balanced budget with debt levels that had been declining over the last decade due to good then National Alliance economic management. But then the disastrous change of government. Within 2 years, the budget deficit had exploded from 0 to 7.8% of GDP. This is the worst, most irresponsible budget blowout in our country's history. When the Marape government came to power, the budget deficit pretended to be only 2.3% of GDP. We initiated a due diligence exercise confirmed by the International Monetary Fund. Was that theirs were fake budget figures. Instead, the real deficit was 5.8% of GDP, not 2.3%. The work in 2019 reduced this budget deficit to just 5%. Hard work commenced early. But then the COVID-19 global pandemic hit, and we lost an extraordinary 2.5 billion kina in revenue. Rather than slashing the budget, losing thousands of jobs, killing the economy, we worked with international partners to protect the budget. We knew this was vital for protecting the economy. The 2021 budget outcome is a deficit of 6.7% of GDP. So in comparison, the former government, in the best years of the largest resource project in our nation's history, set up by our Grand Chief Somare, exploded the budget deficit by 7.8% of GDP. Over the last 2 years, In the worst of times, our change, our government's change, is only 0.9% of GDP. And we have a clear, costed vision of returning us to a budget surplus by 2027, and I'm pleased to have the other side copycat us on this particular policy initiative. What a contrast in the quality of economic management. 7.8% of GDP deficit decline versus our just 0.9%. Let's talk about interest costs. Interest costs in 2012 were 452 million kina. They then more than doubled to 933 million by 2014, an increase of 106% in just 2 years. 2 years. They then more than doubled again by the time the Marape government came to power to 2,147 million kina. Over the last 2 years, our hard work has limited interest costs to 2,249 million kina, an increase of under 5%. Interest cost increases of 106% by the other side versus less than 5% by this side. Exchange rates, let's talk about those. In 2012 were then 48 US cents, 48 US cents could buy 1 kina. By the end of 2014, it only took just 38.55 US cents to buy 1 kina. A massive fall of 20% in just 2 years. This collapse of the kina under very poor economic policies continued over the next 4 years from 2012. By the time the Marape government, our government, had taken over, our kina currency had fallen by a massive 38%. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat, the exchange rate depreciated by 38% during the years of the former government. So when we talk of cost of living pressures, especially imported inflation, remember the economic mismanagement which led to a 38% depreciation. If the foreign exchange rate had not fallen so much during their time, fuel today would be so much cheaper. So instead of paying 5 kina per litre today, it would have only been 3 kina a litre. At the end of May 2019, this government inherited an exchange rate that had dropped dramatically. So instead of needing 48 US cents to buy 1 kina, you only needed 29.55 cents to buy that same kina. By 31st of December 2021, the kina has only dropped by 28.5 US cents. And that's despite the worst global health emergency in a century that destroyed global economies, including ours. So in the first 2 years under the previous government, a 20% depreciation, increasing to a 38% depreciation by 2019, compared to just 3% under this government, our government, the Marape Basel government. What a contrast. And the union movement, whose leadership is opposing me in my seat of Kavieng, is running a scare campaign on depreciation. Unbelievable. Get a life and just look at the facts. Total foreign exchange reserves in 2012, let's talk about that, were 8,406 million kina. By 2014, they had decreased to 5,980 million kina, a decline of 29% by the other side. The Marape government has seen an increase in foreign exchange reserves from 7,880 million kina in 2019 to a record 11,368 million at the end of 2021, an increase of 44%. Minus 29% in reserves by the other side versus ours, an increase of 44% under the Marape economic team. Sit back, watch and learn.
Point of order. We have a point of order. Honourable Opposition Leader, what is your point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is this inference that the other side. I have never been in government, in that government. This treasurer has to be very careful in making such statements. Those who were in government at that time, most of them were on the other side, Mr. Speaker. So he has to withdraw that. Instead of saying the other side, he has to be specific. Because I have never been in that government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition Leader, your point of order is in order. He has never been on that side. He's always been on this side. Correct. Honourable Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would prefer the other side rather than referring to it as the wrong side. Public servants' wage payments were 2,496 million in 2012. By 2014, they had increased to 3,697 million, an increase of 48.1%. Wage costs by the opposition were out of control. From 2019 to 2021, public service wage costs, despite major increases in financing for teachers and health workers, increased just under 4.5%. From 5,831 million kina in 2019 to 6,093 million last year. 48.1% increase in public service wages over 2 years by the previous government compared to 4.5% by the Marape Basil government. This is fiscal responsibility. This is the hard work of budget repair. Not necessarily popular. Unions, especially under my political opponent, will protest during this election campaign. We have built into the budget responsible wage increases in the budget, but never again the weak economic policies of the previous government that threaten our nation's budget and our development plan, with an average increase in public servant wages of 24% each year. How irresponsible, lest we forget. International donor grants were 931 million kina in 2012 and declined by 7% to 868 million kina by 2014, as the international community lost confidence in the antics of the previous government. Under this government, international donor grants have increased by 17% to 2,088 million kina in 2021. the highest level ever. A fall of 7% versus an increase of 17%. What a massive turnaround in international support. On corruption, in 2012, PNG was rated as low as a low 25 out of 100 by Transparency International, and it did not improve by 2014. Under the Marape Basil government, the index lifted from 28 in 2019 to 31 in 2021, the best rating PNG has ever received. Still a long way to go, as most of us would agree, and as the ICAC deals with its challenge from the Ombudsman Commission, and as we see the results of the explosive USB inquiry, we expect that rating to continue to improve. Our people expect a less corrupt government than they had suffered from 2012 to 2019. Ongoing corruption versus concrete improvements. As I have gone through the list of achievements, we see a very, very major or stark contrast to the former government, which was benefiting from the Somare government's hard work to get the PNG LNG project working, versus the current government facing the worst global pandemic in a century. All their figures should have been so much better because the times were better, but their mismanagement meant the opposite. So, to quickly summarize again, in budget deficit levels, increases of 7.8% of GDP versus 0.9%. In debt interest payments, increases of 106% of the previous government versus 5% by our government. In kina depreciation of 20% versus 3%. In foreign exchange reserves of a decrease of 29% versus our increase of 44%. In public servant wages, increases of 48.1% by the former versus our 4.5%. In international donor grants, of a decrease of 7% versus an increase of 17%. Let us not forget. Then there are so many achievements that are much harder to quantify. The priority given to our non-resource sector, which is where most of our people earn their livelihoods, rather than just giving big tax concession to their mates. The vital reforms to modernize our central bank as a step in removing our foreign exchange shortages, the greatest challenge to growth in the eyes of our local business leaders. The extraordinary expansion in our labour mobility programs with over 1,500 workers, perhaps more, going overseas just for this year and more to follow in the years ahead. Our repayment of over 600 million kina in the former government's arrears. No big increases with tax on families, on workers, instead targeting the most profitable sectors and working to lift tax compliance from the black economy. The massive increases in our health, education and infrastructure, all in the context of budget repair. This is a government of actions, not just words. But economic reform is a process that takes years under a responsible, responsive, credible economic team. Let us not return to the failed policies of the past. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I have covered key economic updates for our country. I have worked to constantly provide these updates in each session of Parliament, despite all the challenges of COVID-19 and the very suspicious hack of our own infamous government accounting system. I have been proud to serve as a member of the Marape Basil government's senior economic team. Whatever the outcome of the election, I truly believe that we have delivered better outcomes for our children's future. It has been an honour to serve, and I thank the people of PNG for the opportunity that they have given me. Mr. Speaker, I commend the final budget outcome of 2021 to this Parliament. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I move that Parliament take note of the Treasurer's statement and debates be made out of the day for another session, please.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. All in, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister, Deputy Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Chairman of the Gender-Based Violence and Public Sector Reform and Service Delivery Committees presenting their papers.
Question is that the motion be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliament for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to present to you and the House the second and final report of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Gender-Based Violence. This report captures our final reflections and recommendations, which we hope will provide guidance to the officials across the country who have responsibilities for addressing gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence. I acknowledge that the government will soon be in caretaker mode, but I still encourage every member of Parliament to show leadership and to continue to work with us to try to reduce this scourge of gender-based violence and sorcery-related violence. Violence in general is one of the most critical issues facing our country, and any person who wishes to be elected to represent our people must be ready to confront violence, gender-based violence, and sorcery accusation-related violence. I believe that our report contains very important practical ideas on how we can do that, and I hope that every MP, Member of Parliament, and our state agents will continue to carry this work out so that we can make our country safe again for our women, our men, and our children. Mr. Speaker, just some background in terms of the critical recommendations in this report. As many of you will recall, this special committee was established in 2020 by this Parliament for the first time in our history. Our chairperson was the Honourable Charles Abel, who sends his apologies as he could not be here to present this report himself. Myself, as the Deputy Chair, our 5 other supporting MPs, the Honourable Paul Sparkop, the Honourable Michael Dua, the Honourable Aya Tambua, the Honourable Ginson Saunu, and the Honourable Dr. Alan Marat. Mr. Speaker, as the Deputy Chair, I speak on behalf of all our members, and again, I thank this House for the broad mandate that was given to us, which empowered us to take a serious and proper look at the issue of gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence, which has been plaguing our country for many decades. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretariat, the United Nations Development Programme for their support given to our committee. The UNDP supported us technically and financially through the UN-EU Spotlight Initiative. I'd like to also acknowledge the support of the European Union and her people. They supported the organizing and live streaming of both our committee public hearings and have continued to provide technical support. We have long known that gender-based violence is a critical threat to our national development. But this is the first time we have ever dedicated a parliamentary committee to undertake the work so that we could give a voice to all of the victims of gender-based violence across our country. We have done our best, Mr. Speaker, to discharge our mandate transparently and accountability. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we have demonstrated the usefulness and the value of doing parliamentary committee work in serving our country, so that we can hold government bodies using our oversight powers to account and to encourage them to work better to serve our people. Mr. Speaker, there are many times when we complain of this committee work as being talk-fest. But Mr. Speaker, in this particular endeavor, we were not wasting our time. I hope that the 2 public hearings that we held the first one in May 2021 and the second in March 2022, and the two reports we have tabled in this House, the first in August of 2021 and the second, which I am tabling today, will show to the public that we took our mandate very seriously and we have done our best to produce concrete recommendations which aim to improve the national response to addressing GBV and sorcery-related violence. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, our mandate as a special parliamentary committee is limited. Now that we have submitted our final report, our mandate comes to an end today. To address this, the very first recommendation in our report calls on the House to endorse a motion that would establish the GBV committee as a permanent parliamentary committee whose work can then continue in the 11th Parliament and beyond. Mr. Speaker, we have the motion prepared and ready to table. I urge all members of the House to put aside our differences and to support this motion on the notice paper so that we can endorse as a matter of urgent priority before the House rises. We must show the people of our country that we are serious about tackling GBV and sorcery-related violence, and we must do so through the powers of a parliamentary committee that will continue to hold government officials to account. Mr. Speaker, for the record, it is my belief that government officials have also appreciated the work of the committee because we gave them an opportunity to be heard and to also outline to the public the many constraints that they have in conducting this work that is so important for our community. We have advocated publicly for more resources to be provided, and we thank the government for starting the work in this year's budget. When we had our first meetings in 2021, there was a sense that officials were surprised at the way we questioned them because many were not used to being held to account for the work they are supposed to do as public servants. However, in our second engagement, Mr. Speaker, we were very impressed with the response of our public officials who have risen to the occasion. They were well prepared and they are taking these issues very seriously. I wish to put on record the thanks of the committee to all those government officials who took the time and made the commitment to come across and respond, and also to thank all the community service organizations who have been carrying tirelessly across our country work to address GBV and sorcery accusation-related violence. As one of the officials said to us, her team is deeply committed to making sure that GBV survivors are supported, but they simply lack staffing and funding to do their jobs. In terms of high-level leadership, Mr. Speaker, many of the officials from whom we heard testimony seemed genuinely committed to doing more and doing better. It became that as leaders, we need to make sure we use our powers, the powers of this House, to clear a path for them. I encourage government ministers here today to use your platform within the NEC to continue to secure funding for all our stakeholders working in this area. I urge my fellow governors to use our positions as heads of provincial government to continue to support the provincial GBV secretariats and to ensure they're properly funded. I urge district MPs to use your DSIP in terms of a minimum level of funding to support the work to reduce GBV in your electorates. And last but not least, I urge the Treasurer and the incoming Treasurer to ensure that we continue to fund these areas that deal with GBV and sorcery accusation-related violence, but to also fund the critical work of teams, particularly in the Royal PNG Constabulary, Family and Sexual Violence units that have been established across the country but remain severely understaffed and under-resourced. The Department of Health's Family Support Centers, which provide immediate health care to GBV survivors, and the Office of the Public Prosecutor's Family and Sexual Offences Unit, which currently has only the minimal staff available to prosecute the huge backlog of GBV cases that are occurring across our country. Key recommendations are, Mr. Speaker, that while funding is obviously a key challenge that we must deal with, we need to move to some of the more technical recommendations in our report. We have tried to be very specific in our analysis and to provide very clear and concrete recommendations. We used the August 2021 committee report as a starting point where no action had been taken. We noted that the recommendation must still be addressed. However, where progress has occurred or more information provided by officials, we have updated and added to the recommendations. We now have 75 recommendations for action. I know that may seem like a lot, but there is already a lot of work that is currently underway. I again, humbly on behalf of our people, ask the ministers who will be performing their roles going up to the return of the writs to please read the report and to take note of the areas where your departments could take action to address the outcomes that we need. Mr. Speaker, I won't go through all the recommendations here because I know this is our last day in the House. So firstly, the committee calls on the government to urgently establish the National GBV Secretariat by recruiting the CEO and the 10 staff that are needed in the Ministry of Community Development so that we can start the ball rolling on the National GBV strategy. This GBV Secretariat was approved by the NEC in 2016, Mr. Speaker, but even to date, it is still not established and not in operation and does not have a permanent director. At the March 2022 public hearings, we had conflicting accounts of what needed to be done, but we just urge the different agencies to step up and conclude this long outstanding work. Mr. Speaker, as members can see in the correspondence attached as Annexes 3, 4, and 5 of the report, the DFCDR, in accordance with our own recommendation that the head of the Secretariat has to be a highly qualified GBV expert. We realize this is very senior, but at the same time, this is the level we need. The same as the head of the National Office of Child and Family Services, which has a similar responsibility to the GBV Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we need the Department of Personnel Management to approve all of the technical requirements, which I won't go through, and I leave that for the minister responsible to address. Mr. Speaker, we need the GBV Secretariat to be operational now. I cannot stress this enough. Our victims have gone for a very long time without support, and this small core team is extremely important in achieving some positive outcomes in order to address GBV across our country. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to our second recommendation, namely the release of the GBV funding allocated by this government for 2022, and a commitment to include a minimum of funding in subsequent years. 7.93 million kina has been allocated by the Treasury, and we understand that 1 million kina has been released, but our committee encourages the Treasury to front-load the rest of the funding, if possible, within the next 6 months. Mr. Speaker, our committee has seen the budget produced by the DFCDR, and we know that they want to disperse the funds to support provincial partners and the many NGOs who work tirelessly in this area. Those that provide GBV support services, including crisis response, safe houses, counseling, legal advice, and other support for GBV survivors. Mr. Speaker, we need this work to be progressed urgently. Mr. Speaker, to our final area requiring urgent action, I want to discuss with the House the need to strengthen access to justice for GBV survivors by improving the response of every single institution involved in the justice process. From our inquiries, it remains clear that every single part of the justice process remains underfunded, understaffed, particularly in relation to addressing GBV. Law enforcement in relation to GBV needs to be addressed through proper funding, staffing, and training. In particular, we need better police response times and better investigation of GBV cases, more effective and timely prosecutions of alleged perpetrators, and finally, survivor-centered court processes. Our committee report includes very specific recommendations to address all these aspects of the judicial system that needs to be fixed. I encourage every single minister and official with responsibilities for justice in this country to read our recommendation closely and to please action them. Mr. Speaker, many times people do the wrong thing and it takes years. Sometimes they are never even penalized, Mr. Speaker. And GBV perpetrators are no different. They continue to operate with impunity. We have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that justice is served and that perpetrators know that there will be consequences for bad behavior. We run the risk of encouraging bad behavior if we don't curb it. I remain deeply concerned that we continue to read in the media too many stories of perpetrators continuing to commit unspeakable acts of violence and horror against other people, particularly in gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence, and are never charged or brought to trial. This must stop. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw special attention to the need to make sure that we also address perpetrators of GBV, but also those who commit sorcery accusation-related violence. As many will know, this is an issue I am personally committed to addressing. I'm very proud of the advocacy and the fruitful partnership with groups like the Tribal Foundation, and of course I want to thank the House again for the amendments to the Criminal Code. I encourage every single police officer and prosecutor across the country to familiarize themselves with the new amendments and to use them to make sure we stamp out this barbaric practice. It is not part of our culture. It has no place in our country. Finally, in conclusion, let me thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the House for allowing us a voice to speak on behalf of everyone who's been a victim of gender-based violence and sorcery accusation-related violence. and for everyone who has been touched by violence in our country. We simply cannot tolerate violence in our communities any longer. I want every Papua New Guinean to feel safe in our country. I also want every single one of us to show respect for each other. No person has the right to hit another one to cause harm, to hurt them, or to torture them, or kill them. As Christians, we are taught to show kindness to our fellow human beings. We must follow those teachings and practice them. Mr. Speaker, I am proud and honored by the work that this House has given to our committee, and I commend this report to you all as a document which should guide our efforts to stamp out violence across our country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the report to the House. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the good report by the Parliamentary Committee on Gender-Based Violence, and we accept all the recommendations placed inside, and further debate be moved to a later session.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, Special Parliamentary Committee on Public Sector Reform and Service Delivery.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present the interim report of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Public Sector Reform and Service Delivery. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to make a statement in connection with the report as well.
Slip granted. Aye. Slip granted.
Mr. Speaker, today is the last day of Parliament, so before I make my report, I just would like to make a few remarks and share my thoughts with my colleagues and yourself. I wish to convey the gratitude of myself and my family to the people of Oro for giving me the mandate to represent them in Parliament during this term, and to the people of Papua New Guinea for their support and giving me the support that they have given over the years during this term. I wish to thank all those in government under the Prime Ministership of James Marape, a government that I've been part of, a government that has come and done significant work in just a few short years. And I would like to also thank the opposition under the opposition leader, Honourable Belden Number, for their efforts in holding us to account and representing also the people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and the staff of the Parliament who have worked tirelessly with very limited resources to do the best they can so that they can manage the affairs of Parliament so that we could stand here and present ourselves, represent our people. I thank our development partners as well, and I would like to thank the members of my committee, the Special Parliamentary Committee on Public Sector Reforms. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Public Sector Reforms and Service Delivery, I am honoured to be able to present this first interim report of our work so far, which will need to be continued through a few Parliament cycles to really bear the fruits, the results in this area that our country so desperately needs. This interim report number 1 of 2022 presents the concepts for the creation of this committee as currently defined. In reviewing the former committee's work and in commencing our work in earnest to execute our terms of reference, we discovered that a sound strategy was essential. a question a reasonable person is entitled to ask is, why is the performance of the public sector a parliamentary focus? And the answer is that the subject is of such a public concern and universal despair that it has triggered the legislator to peer over the lines and ask questions to the responsible arms of government why there appears to be such a state of paralysis to hold the public sector to account. Mr. Speaker, in this Honourable House, for many years, elected leaders have lamented the lack of service delivery by the public sector. Every year, the members of this House approve up to a third of our annual budget going towards ever-increasing salaries and emoluments to feed a runaway creature who no longer does what its owner pays it to do. By current design, the public sector is our only option to deliver the most basic of services and infrastructure to our people. Much has been written and researched, motivated by concerns of a failing public sector system. Mr. Speaker, we have concluded that much needs to be done about growing the drivers of our systems, which used to work at independence. As a nation, we are today sadly graded at the wrong end of the global scales in harvesting the neglect of basic education and health to our people, and also by deliberate failure of administration. It is apparent that success at sustainable reform of the public sector must entail us growing our human resources. This, we estimate, will require the full cooperation of the whole machinery of government over 4 to 5 parliamentary terms. In fact, I would suggest that it ought to be a constant, continuous, and consistent effort. We are convinced that any reform has to be done on the basis of solid data and data analysis, not on knee-jerk reaction. To that end, I thank the New Zealand government's 2021 commitment to journey with us in the establishment of this critical data as described in the latter part of this report. In particular, Honourable Lua Manuvoa, Dame Winnie Leban, Commissioner Peter Hughes, Commissioner of New Zealand, and his hard-working staff, the Deputy Commissioner, Tanya Ott, Roy Langolango, and Tina McNicholas, assisted by His Excellency Honourable Philip Taula, New Zealand's High Commissioner to Papua New Guinea. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister, James Marape, for supporting this parliamentary committee. And I thank the honourable members of the committee for providing quorum for its sittings and deliberations. We have held 6 hearings. A few financially significant results of the committee work have been 2. Launch the 4-year stalled public service payroll review, which the nation has been crying out for so long. Once completed and if followed through by the next committee, this shall save millions of kina in restoring integrity back to it by cancelling ghost names and dealing with multiple personalities on single positions. Adamantly demand that the procurement and distribution of medical supplies be subjected to proper tender with the inclusion of appropriate international human standards. Step into the National Housing Corporation to stem the public outcry of allegations of mismanagement of state housing assets. The Secretariat has run technical sessions with over 40 state instrumentalities and related individuals in the quest for immediate and strategic long-term reforms. We intend to keep up the current momentum right up to the formation of the next Parliament in August this year and will not stop just because we are heading into the national general elections. The efforts of the public sector reform cannot stop, must not stop, will not stop. Therefore, we recommend that this committee be made a permanent committee and that this Parliament authorize the work done so far to be continued into any next special parliamentary committee on public sector reforms and service delivery. Further to that, the efforts by this committee must be migrated out of it and institutionalized so that there is an established authority which effectively audits and monitors the public sector performance and appointments without political or external capture. I commend this interim report to Parliament, and I ask that this Honourable House endorse the work of this committee to be carried forward into future Parliament sittings if and when this committee is reconstituted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the parliamentary report presented by the Chairman of the Parliamentary Public Sector Committee, the Honorable Gary Juffa, and the hard work him and his committee members have done, and debates be made out of the day for a subsequent sitting or a session.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Let me talk. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice numbers 328, 329, 330, 331, 334, 345, 346, 347, 348, 349, and 350. Government business being called on forthwith.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 328, Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure to present the Manus Special Economic Region Authority Bill.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to establish the Manus Special Economic Region Authority and to provide its functions and powers, and B, provide for the creation of a Manus Special Economic Region and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased on this occasion, in fact in the sunset of the 11th or 10th Parliament, to present the Manus Special Economic Region Bill 2022 to this Honourable House. This is a very focused initiative to create important investment opportunities to generate economic activities for the smallest of our family provinces in our country, including our special region of Bougainville, and I do acknowledge our Bougainville leaders who are up there at the public gallery. A lot of us do not realize that because of its small size, any intervention or activity on the island will have a significant flow-on effects in terms of generating employment, services, and small-scale cottage business activities. You need only to have a few significant investments in the province to build a web of value-adding activities instantaneously. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that the Refugee Processing Center, for instance, with all its associated constitutional issues and humanitarian concerns, have happened to be a significant economic booster for the small island economy. Apart from stimulating growth in support and SME-based services, it was able to extract a significant number of Manusians from the villages and communities into paid employment for the years it was operating in Manus. It put money into people's pockets and generated enormous demands for goods and services. not just in Loringau, but right across the communities and islands with its immediate effect, and the impacts are profound. Mr. Speaker, our policy backdrop is that we must create economic development opportunities deliberately. It must drive the provincial government's efforts to build an economy based on investment and business activities, providing the means to grow demands for other services. We must stimulate the economic activity deliberately and lawfully. We need not wait for another externally imposed refugee processing center, as a case in point, to create opportunities for us. We need to create it for ourselves, for it to be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why this bill is before this Honourable House. We need to provide the opportunity for our smallest island province. While small in physical landmass, it is a big province, but rather the physical size of it, it is a small province. It will have an immediate impact once we bring investors into the province. It will provide employment. It will provide growth opportunities for small to medium enterprises that are now struggling because of lack of demand or the absence of inherent purchasing power in the local population. It will provide the stimulus required for other sectors of the provincial economy to subsequently flourish. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the proposed Manu Special Economic Region Act 2022 is to provide for the creation of a Manu Special Economic Region, to establish the Manu Special Economic Regional Authority, and to provide for its consequential amendments to be made in related legislations and for related purposes. The main features of the bill are to provide for the creation of Manu Special Economic Region, and to provide for the creation of Manu Special Economic Regional Authority, which will be responsible for the administration of the region. Provide for the introduction of a special category of companies to be called Manu Special Economic Companies. These companies will be incorporated as normal companies under the Companies Act 1997, or could potentially be overseas companies registered under the Companies Act. A consequential amendment would be made to the Income Tax Act 1959 to provide that Manu Special Economic Region Company will be exempted from income tax. The authority will have powers enabling it to approve such companies and also engage in infrastructure developments in Manus to complement other developments taking place in Manus. A range of other incentives to encourage investments in Manus will potentially be provided. This will be determined having regard to the individual circumstances of the particular project and will vary quite considerably between projects. For this reason, the bill will provide for the administrative orders to be promulgated to provide details sector by sector. From a legislative point of view, this is the same approach as taken under the Conservation and Environmental Protection Authority Act 2014 and the Central Banking Act 2002, which uses exchange control notice to regulate individual requirements of the law. The bill proposes the establishment of a one-stop shop. The way the bill does this is to provide a legislative delegation of certain powers to the authority to be exercised in effect on behalf of the relevant decision maker under the legislation. For example, it may be a license is required to operate a port in Manus. Developing a port will require a large number of approvals from various government agencies. The bill would enable the authority to grant the approvals after the consultation with the relevant decision makers under various pieces of legislation. It is important just to remind ourselves that no significant revenue is collected on the island at the moment. We are not proposing for current revenue to be foregone. What is presently collected is largely insignificant, but we believe that taking a bold and decisive step in providing this opportunity, we will build a robust economy that can yield larger revenues than what is being collected at the moment. I believe that this is the time to make such bold stand. As the country moves into a period of more opportunities in the resource sector, we should embark on creating an economic hub that can ride on this growth period and yield new opportunities for this part of our country that needs our support. Mr. Speaker, this concept of special economic zones are not new. We're not telling this especially for Manus and Manus economy to have all associated developments in the economy of Manus to grow using these incentives and this legislation to bring investments into Manus who may be small in land size, but the sea remains a big space in which many resources, including marine resources, are being harvested. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honourable House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to establish the Manu Special Economic Region Authority and to provide its functions and powers, and B, provide for the creation of a Manu Special Economic Region and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 28 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Tenants, open the doors. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favour please stand? Those against, please stand. The results of the vote, the ayes 73 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to A, establish the Manu Special Economic Region Authority and to provide its functions and powers, and B, provide for the creation of a Manu Special Economic Region and for related purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 329, Prime Minister and Minister for Provincial Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Investment Promotion Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Investment Promotion Act 1992.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, to members of our House, this bill will amend the Investment Promotion Act 1992, the Principal Act, consequent on the enactment of the Manu Special Economic Regional Bill 2022. The Principal Act is amended by adding a new section 25B after section 25A to provide that a foreign enterprise, that is the holder of a certificate that is enforced under Manu Special Economic Region Act 2022, shall be deemed for all purposes of the Principal Act who have been granted a certificate under that Act. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Investment Promotion Act 1992.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 28 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time, please.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in, the question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Investment Promotion Act 1992.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 330, Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I also present the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill not be read a second time.
Make a speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament, this bill will amend the Income Tax Act 1959, the Principal Act consequent on the enactment of the Manus Special Economic Region Bill 2022. The Principal Act is to be amended by adding the new term, Manus Special Economic Region, immediately after the term management fee, and a new section 335B is added after the section A. This amendment will ensure that the income of companies certified under the Manus Special Economic Region Bill 2022 will be exempted from income tax, where the certified provides the lender will be exempted from the tax. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading. Forward, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill not be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 331, Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Special Economic Zones Authority Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Special Economic Zones Authority Act 2019.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill not be read a second time, please.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will amend the Special Economic Zones Authority Act 2019, the Principal Act, consequent on the amendment of the Manus Special Economic Region Bill 2022. The Principal Act is to be amended by repealing and replacing Section 5 to provide for the exclusion of Manus Province. This amendment will avoid duplication by ensuring that companies certified under the Manus Special Economic Region Bill 2022 are not subject to the Special Economic Zones Authority Act 2019. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Sorry. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Special Economic Zones Authority Act 2019.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading forward, please.
Is leave
Parliament to move the third reading.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Special Economic Zones Authority Act 2019.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 344, Prime Minister and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
What's notice? Mr. Speaker, I present the Goods and Services Tax New Program Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill and other subsequent bills that are coming in relation to our efforts to consolidate to ensure POGRA is opened, and these amendments are consequential to the POGRA reopening. This present bill here proposes to insert new definitions expressly referencing the POGRA Project Commencement Agreement and to give effect to the terms of POGRA Project Commencement Agreement with respect to zero rating on certain supplies in as far as GST is concerned. I commend the bill to the House, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move. I'm sorry, first reading. I ask leave of Parliament to move the second, third reading forward, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Tenants, open the doors. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. The result of the votes, the ayes 75, the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. You have the necessary support of the floor. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 345, Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Income Tax New Program Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to insert a new definition, especially referencing the POGRA Project Convention Agreement, to give effect to certain terms of the POGRA Project Convention Agreement, providing A, exemptions from taxation of certain interest and dividend income, B, exemptions from liability for any taxation which might otherwise apply to consideration for the transfer of assets and undertakings from the old POGRA to the new POGRA, C, for the transfer of tax benefits, including global deductions between the parties to the unincorporated joint venture agreement, to the parties engaged with the new POGRA pursuant to the POGRA Project Convention Agreement, D, for the application of a total income tax rate of 32%, and for the deductibility of royalties paid by and in respect of the new program. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells.
Clap. Talking about line downstairs. Indicate to be honest, the bill should be passing this month, last 3 years. It's part of my report with the doctor. Comparing law.
Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. The result of the votes, ayes 54. 74. That's 54. The result of the vote, the ayes 74 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 346, Prime Minister and Minister for Permanent Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Mining New Program Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mining Act 1992.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make a speech.
Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to insert two new definitions specially referencing the Pogra Project Convention Agreement to give effect to the terms of the Pogra Project Convention Agreement so that a royalty rate of 3% applies to the new Pogra, to confirm that the survey requirements of the Mining Act 1992 are satisfied with regards to the new Pogra. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mining Act 1992.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forward, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those against, please stand. The results of the vote, the ayes 76, the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Mining Act 1992.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 347, Prime Minister and Minister for Permanent Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I present the Motor Vehicle Third Party New Program Amendment Bill 2022, please.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Third Party Insurance Act, Chapter 295.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read as second time, please.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to insert two new definitions, expressly referencing the Program Project Commencement Agreement to give effect to the terms of the Program Project Commencement Agreement with respect to excluding any taxes, fees, or charges applying to the new program. Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Third Party Insurance Act, Chapter 295.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Tenants, open the doors.
Someone said I've learned from the facing members of Parliament are still waiting. 70 plus, 76 at this time, not bad. Candidate, you can come, but I'm not watching.
Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? The result of the votes, the ayes 77 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Third Party Insurance Act, Chapter 295.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 348, Prime Minister and Minister for Bogonial Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the National Energy Authority new program amendment bill 2022, please.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Energy Authority Act 2021.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, to insert new definitions, especially referencing the POGRA Project Convention Agreement, to give effect to the terms of the POGRA Project Convention Agreement by excluding the application of any taxes, fees, or charges imposed by the National Energy Authority Act on the new POGRA. This is the reason why this bill is proposed to the House. I comment the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Energy Authority Act 2021.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forward.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time, please. Assembly put.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. The result of the vote, the ayes 76, the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Energy Authority Act 2021.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 349, Prime Minister and Minister for Permanent Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time, please.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to insert new definitions, especially referencing the Program Project Commencement Agreement, to give effect to the terms of the Program Project Commencement Agreement with respect to permitting state to enter into a fiscal stability agreement for the new program. I beg your pardon. I commend the bill to the House, please.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Resource Context Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, please, if you don't mind, let me correct the handset. I was reading it the second time earlier, and now I would like to read it a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand?
Something later, you know.
Those against, please stand. The result of the vote, the ayes 74 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Resources Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 350, Prime Minister and Minister for Bogonial Affairs.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Stamp Duties New Program Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, first and through me like to thank you, Lord sit down long time, and all members of Parliament, opposition leader, senior Sepuka, and all the leaders who may sit down long time today. As late as we are into the 10th Parliament, it just shows to our nation, our leaders are still at work. For us to produce 76 members of Parliament at this time, passing important laws, commendable, and let me place on record my appreciation for the fact that members of Parliament are at work. These program bills that we passed, and the last one for this series of program-related, the new program-related amendments to all our affected laws in our country, given within the context of the negotiated outcome. The state negotiating team and the Barrack team engaged upon instead of going through lengthy court cases and court battles. We just like giving belly seal on man merim la possible law within the project agreement, and we talk. We play kissing 51% equity, now holding 49% equity. This is 51% equity, we will only contribute 36%. 15% belong all Papa ground, people bloenga, and free, no got payment. We blab contributing 36%, that's all. And we blab not go bank, like Kisim Dina, also more Kisim long, Kerabim PNG LNG or Natla projects. This la program here that we start will refinance itself, and Barrick will carry the cost of the restart-up. The entire economic benefit, Stabla Displa, although it may seem we're giving some stamp duty concessions and we're stabilizing the fiscal regime in which the agreement was signed, but the entire project benefit for the life of the project, if it runs for a 20-year lifespan, state and people of Papua New Guinea beneficiaries will get 53% of the pie, and Barrick will get 47% of the pie. If it runs for a 10-year and we exercise our right to buy them out and phase them out in 10 years, people of, in 10 years, PNG beneficiaries would have received 52%, and Barrick would have received 47% of the entire pie emanating out from Pogla. Or if it is for a 5-year period, the model done for project economic benefit in a 5-year period, the first 5 years is skewed heavily to our favor, and noting that the landowners and Enga provincial government will receive the equity right from day one if the project starts. It is skewed 65% in PNG party beneficiaries and 35% to Barrick as an investor operator. You would note one of the earlier bills we passed current trend, royalty is at 2%. This one we passed for royalty to be at 3% for the new program. So, Mr. Speaker, in the sunset of this Parliament, especially at the back end of this government's businesses that we did for our country, in an effort to take back more for our country, to pass back more to our Papua New Guinea beneficiary parties, including landowners and provincial government, and the greater country, I am happy this Parliament has sat right through and consolidated on some of these laws to ensure the new program is moved, and we will then progress to working the final details to open program. So with this note, Mr. Speaker, the last bill proposes to insert new definitions on referencing the program project commercial agreement, especially to give effect to the terms of program project commercial agreement with respect to the exemption from stamp duty for certain transactions. And I commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know this is the last time I will be speaking in as far as the program bills are concerned. Let me say thank you to Minister the Honourable Johnson Tuke, his departmental secretary, the MRE Managing Director and the team, entire team at the Mining Department and MRA, as well as Mineral Resource Enga, the Governor for Enga Province, Seibaras, all leaders of Enga Province, all landowners of Enga Province, and Program also for the support in us progressing this, and our state negotiating team, Chairman Dari Vele and the entire team. I just want to also say thank you to Barrick. They came hard, they fought hard, they want to get more for the shareholders, but in the upside, we pressed, we put down our foot, we said we will collect more than them. They've had the mine for many, many years. In the sunset of the mine, we want to get more, and I just want to say thank you to Barrick for understanding that Papua New Guinea beneficiaries, it's about time we get more, and we've secured a better deal as a result of negotiations. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank everyone in the Mining Department for helping out, Minister Tuke Moso, and ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honourable Member for Abau.
Very short. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Prime Minister and his team on the other side for bringing these 7 consequential amendments to ensure that the long-closed program mine is guaranteed to open hopefully this year. It's one reason, Mr. Speaker, as you know, one reason why I left the government, and that was why should a government close an existing mine? And so today, I just want to echo some of my personal observations in this last day of the sitting of the 10th Parliament. Yesterday, we really had a commotion in terms of the arguments on the UBS loan, that side and this side, and we pointed fingers at each other. But, Mr. Speaker, what's happening right now with the presentation of these important bills and the amendments to reopen an important mine in our country, there is unity on the floor of Parliament and a level of maturity in our young democracy, that when things are right, there is a good spirit in the country that leaders do come together. And this afternoon is one such example of where we see good things happening good bills being passed, although we have disagreements and over the months on this program of mine. It really demonstrates the vibrancy of our young democracy and the maturity of leadership. And we need to give confidence to our people out there on the eve of the election that we do have the type of leadership that is required when there is a demand for leaders to get together and support, as we have been demonstrated in supporting the Prime Minister in this important bill. Yesterday in the debate, the Minister for State-Owned Enterprises called for the former Prime Minister, asking that hopefully lessons have been learned. I also call upon our Prime Minister today that lessons have been learned. That the world is a global village, that we need investors to come and go, that we need to sit down and talk and negotiate. We have state processes and state institutions that need to be followed. We really have to learn to what not to utter in public, when not to utter them in public, and when to hold back, because the processes are yet to be concluded. And so I commend the Prime Minister and his team for these very, very important consequential amendments on the 7 bills. We support it fully from the opposition side. And on that note, I wish everyone success in the coming elections, and hopefully those of us who win again will see you on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bells. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. The result of the vote, the ayes 73 and the noes 0. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. You had the full support of the House. Mr. Clerk.
Notices. The Treasurer gives notice that he shall present a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax, Salary and Wages Tax Rates Amendment Bill 1979. The Prime Minister gives notice that he shall present a bill A. For an act to enable the establishment, development, operation and regulation of the Rabaul Tuna Export Processing Zone in the East New Britain Province of Papua New Guinea under the government's PNG Free Trade Zone Development Policy and Strategic Plan, consistent with National Executive Council Decision Number 343 of 2021, with an independent standalone administrative entity specifically constituted for the purpose of regulating and administering the zone, and B, to provide for the zone which will specialize in the downstream processing of and export of tuna and fisheries and marine resources within the Papua New Guinea Exclusive Economic Zone and within the New Guinea Islands region, PNG and other Pacific Island countries. C, to provide for the establishment of tuna and other marine export processing zones and the Tuna Export Processing Zone Corporation, to provide for the promotion and facilitation of export-oriented investment and the development of enabling environment for such investment and for connected purposes. D, to encourage the undertaking of developmental activities, local and foreign direct investment capital and talent in the zone under an independent and separate regulatory framework. And E, to provide for the establishment of the Tuna Export Processing Zone Corporation to regulate and administer the zone and to define its powers and functions. F, to grant the Tuna Export Processing Corporation partial extraterritorial status to administer and regulate the development area of the zone independently but attached to the existing governmental framework. And G, to encourage the establishment, conduct, and expansion of enterprises and investment in the zone and for granting of certain exemptions and fiscal incentives to persons engaging in such enterprise and investments and for related purposes. The Prime Minister and Minister for Governmental Affairs give notice that he shall present a bill for an act A, to enable the establishment, development, operation and regulation of the Gassel District Agro-Industrial Development Zone area in the Gassel District of East New Britain Province of Papua New Guinea under the government's PNG Free Trade Zone Development Policy and Strategic plan consistent with the National Executive Council Decision number 343 of 2021, with an independent standalone administrative entity specifically constituted for the purpose of regulating and administering the area under the stewardship of a developmental operator, and B, to encourage the undertaking of developmental activities, local and foreign direct investment, capital and talent in the zone under an independent and separate regulatory framework, and C, to provide for the establishment of the Gasol District Agro-Industrial Development Zone Corporation to regulate and administer the zone and to define its powers and functions. D, to grant the Gasol District Agro-Industrial Development Zone Corporation partial extraterritorial status to administer and regulate the development area of the zone independently but attached to the existing government framework, and E, to encourage the establishment, conduct, and expansion of enterprises and investments in the designated area of the zone, and for granting of certain exemptions and fiscal incentives to persons engaging in such enterprises and investments, and for related purposes. Minister for Treasury, Goods and Services Amendment Bill 2022. Excise tariff. Excise tariff. I'll just give notice there. What's the excise? Excise tariff. Okay. I got it here.
Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Excise Tariff Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1956.
Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, our nation has just been reflecting over the last weekend on the suffering of Christ during his persecution and execution on Good Friday. In services throughout our country, I know that people were also reflecting on horrific stories coming out from the Ukraine-Russia war. This war is having horrible human costs. It is reshaping the entire set of strategic arrangements in Europe and more broadly. This war is also having economic costs. Everyone in this country knows about these costs. Every time one goes down to fill up one's car or tank for our banana boats, we really feel the increase in cost of our fuel. Our farmers know that fertilizer costs have increased significantly. Our wholesalers know that freight costs have increased dramatically. And we will see more increases in flour costs and other goods because of the war. Mr. Speaker, the government cannot eliminate all of these cost pressures. They are just too widespread and costly to repair. The government can, however, take balanced, responsible actions to help reduce some of these pressures. These actions need to be calibrated to ensure they do not undermine budget repair. They need to be matched with the length of the adverse impacts. So most of the measures we will announce today, or have announced today, will have a 6-month time frame. If the conflict continues, the government will consider doing more. Overall, we expect just over 600 million kina from increased fuel and mineral prices, leading to higher taxes and dividends from our mining sector. Advice from Kumul Petroleum is that they will be paying over 300 million kina in extra dividends this year. We are already seeing very strong increases in the company tax on the minerals and petroleum sectors, which we expect to amount over 300 million kina as well. The strength of commodity prices is likely balancing the adverse impacts from global growth. The Marape Basil government has decided to redirect this extra revenue back to support our families. I'm announcing today a 611 million kina package of measures to help deal with the cost of living pressures. Following extensive consultation, our government will help with these cost of living pressures through 4 measures. The first and largest of these is to allocate 250 million kina to eliminate all fuel taxes on retail purchases. We will eliminate all fuel excise taxes, savings 61 toya on every litre of petrol and 23 toya on every litre of diesel. This is the purpose of the Excise Tariff Amendment Bill now before the House. We will also get rid of the GST on all fuel, leading to average savings of around 46 toya in Port Moresby for every litre, and even larger savings in rural areas. This is the purpose of the amendments to the Goods and Services Tax on Fuel, which I'll present straight after. Mr. Speaker, the outcomes of these two legislative amendments is that when we go to fill up a 100-litre petrol tank in a four-wheel W, say, this used to cost 419 kina on the 1st of February. If we go today, it costs about 503 kina. After these fuel tax reductions, the cost will fall back to about 396 kina. This is a saving of 107 kina on a tank of petrol due to these tax changes. The price of petrol will fall back to less than before the war. For diesel, the cost to fill a 100-litre tank will be about 418 kina, slightly above the pre-war price of 379 kina, but still a major saving of 67 kina compared to today's price because of these fuel tax cuts. The excise taxes on diesel are less than on petrol, so petrol benefits more from the temporary removal of fuel taxes. Every gallon of Zoom will be at least 10% cheaper due to our GST cuts. Mr. Speaker, the second major measure that I'm pleased to announce today is that we will be lifting the income tax threshold from 12,500 kina to 17,500 million. This will put an extra 42 kina per fortnight into the pay packets of an estimated 200,000 workers. This will be of major assistance in reducing cost of living pressures. The target timing for this measure is from 1st of June 2022 to the end of this year, 31st of December. If administrative issues delay the starting time, the tax cuts will be backdated to 1st of June. This package is estimated to cost about 136 million kina. The third measure, costing 126 million kina, is targeted to supporting families with children throughout our country. The government's tuition fee subsidy program, TFFS, is about the only way we can directly help families with children throughout our country, including whether they work on their remote farms, the informal sector, SMEs, or the lucky ones, even formal employment. This is one reason we lifted funding the GTFS program to 632 million kina this year, its highest level ever. We are already paying for all school fees, and unlike in previous years, we are paying on time. Now we will also pay for all school project fees, so that the extra set of project fees up to the legal maximum of 20% of school fees will be paid for by the government, the Marape-Basel government. Administrative arrangements will be put in place that if a parent has already paid these fees, then they will be reimbursed. If the parent has not yet made the payment, the funds will go to the school directly. Mr. Speaker, the fourth major measure is to reduce the cost of targeted household items by 10%. We had hoped to do this through GST cuts on 10 selected items, but the feedback from businesses and the IRC is that this would be extremely difficult to implement in our country. So we've listened to this feedback. Instead, we are going to reduce the costs of key household items by 10% through specific contracts with key PNG manufacturing companies and importing companies. we're working in conjunction with recommendations from the Manufacturing Council of PNG. This focus needs to be realistic and will now target tinned fish, oxen palm, rice and flour. If administratively feasible and within a budget of 100 million kina, more of the original set of targeted household items may be included. This will help support local businesses whilst also reducing key costs for our households. If these administrative contracts do not prove feasible, then the Marape Basil government commits to continuing the fuel tax exemptions until 31st of December 2022, costing an extra 100 million kina, and fully utilising the 601 million kina we have committed to reducing cost of living pressures. We have a fallback plan to help our people. And once again, if the worst conflict in Europe since World War II continues, we will consider doing more. The bill being considered now reduces excise tariffs on fuel products. The next bill, which I'll bring shortly, will deal with removing the GST on these fuel products for 6 months. And then the bill after that will lift the income tax threshold to $17,500. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the Parliament.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Minister for... Sorry, those against, you know? I have it. Minister, the Treasury. Clerk.
Message.
Yeah. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1956.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from the Excellency, the Governor General, dated 21 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Governor for Pacific.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I make my comments, I wanted to thank my people of Pacific for this great honor in representing them as their voice on this floor. And at the same time, I'd like to say to the people of Papua New Guinea, you will have an opportunity to appoint leaders of your choice. And for all of us in the country, we hope and pray that those will be very good choices. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government, and particularly the Treasurer. He knows that we've had these discussions several times, particularly about direct relief to our people, especially in light of the Russia-Ukraine war and its impact on living costs in our country. It is perhaps a sign of the times that we are making this decision on the eve of the last Parliament. But it is something that I think our people will welcome. There's been so many complaints about fuel And we've seen bus operators go on strike, asking for greater increases in PMV fares. Last week when I was at home, I saw that our Provincial Transport Board was running around measuring distances between villages so that they could recalculate PMV fares. But I think it's important that we are shifting some of the revenues from that would normally go to Kumul Petroleum Holdings for this windfall in the high price of fuel. And we are now giving it directly back to our people. Mr. Speaker, I think historically the PNG government has never done that. This is the first time that I think we are taking a windfall from one part of the economy and giving it directly to our struggling public. So I wanted to commend the government for that in particular. This one will flow on to everybody. In fact, it should actually flow into the cost of goods in the shops. It should lead to them being reduced. There should be flow-on benefits just by us intervening in the fuel. And I think some of us made that intervention in the last sitting. A total of 611 million kina in relief to our people. The Treasurer has been at the forefront of a lot of criticism in this House. I think the government also. But I think many people forget that we are just coming out of a 2-year worldwide pandemic. If you care to check the stories coming out of China, for example, China is now under lockdown again because they've got another wave of COVID and their government has decided to shut it down. And so it's going to affect global supply. And when it affects global supply, well, obviously Papua New Guinea is going to be affected. And so in speaking in support of what the government has done, I wanted to speak more to our people, to say to them, look, don't expect quick fixes. Don't expect that Parliament is going to come and sit or the National Executive Council is going to make a decision to try to continue shifting money and somehow your life will get better with these pressures that are coming from the Russia-Ukraine war. They won't be. We know, if you watch the news, Poland is now getting its army ramped up. If Russia decides to attack Poland in the next couple of months, we are not going to have a parliament in session. We won't be able to, I'm not sure if we can call an emergency session to come in and make more concessions for our people. So these are the sorts of things that are totally beyond the control of government. But these are the things that affect us anyway. So one of the things we can do, you know, I noticed that we are going to reduce the tariff on ox and palm. Ox and palm is a very unhealthy food, Mr. Speaker. I note in our previous debate the comments from the good member for Abau, Honorable Pukatemu, and he spoke about us needing to look at increasing taxes on things like sugar. And whilst I'm happy that we're trying to give a lot of support to our people, we have to start looking at our own food production systems. We've got to be looking at how we can get more healthy food onto the tables as opposed to rice, flour, ox and palm and the likes. Our people have really healthy food in the gardens. And Mr. Speaker, incidentally, that's one thing we did in ECPIC when we first started having the pandemic. We built a lot of food markets and we opened up a lot of food markets. We encouraged our mothers to grow more local crops, taro, cassava, banana, yams, sweet potato, greens, and to bring them to the markets. And I think we need to be kind of thinking like that, but at a local level, whether it be with the governors or with the open members, we need to be making more healthy foods available. Because if this war continues, it doesn't matter what changes we make, the price of flour will continue going up. The price of rice will continue going up. The price of fuel, the price of fertilizer, they will continue going up. So with that, Mr. Speaker, those are my comments. And I'd like to commend the Treasurer, finally. Thank you for this relief for our people.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Milek, Senap na also bianim talk lo Governor Bed na talk thank you lo Treasurer. Time we had, people looking fuel price go on top. Fuel price go on top and costing price for all not goods and services to go on top. Treasurer, me one time team blog on the Treasury. Go look now they giving relief. Come lot people believe me. Me like talking about Manmary and none have come up. Hurry up. We will try to introduce this. It will come into effect. But also Treasurer give him like talk to you me. You know me blarasin molga heavy. We relate in a global economy. What's happening outside also affects us. Within our context, we will try and best give him relief. We like assuring all the stakeholders in our budget. This additional revenue but come oil price went up. I've like kissing this one, I fill him in. Long supplementing loss of revenue we focused on last year, long GST, now all this levies. But now we rush him, give him relief long all consumers, all man-mary, long country. We have enough revenue that will come in from Kumul Petroleum to supplement the deduction taking place in the relief concessions we're giving today. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Congratulations, Treasurer. Well done.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1956.
No, send please.
Goods and service.
Okay.
Goods and service, yeah. GST.
Clerk.
Goods and Service Amendment Bill 2022, Minister.
The Honourable Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Goods and Services Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, I just outlined in the second reading speed on changes to the excise tariff bill, actions being taken to reduce cost of living pressures as a result of the war in Russia and Ukraine. This particular amendment is complementary legislation which will temporarily remove GST on petrol, diesel, Zoom and kerosene products for households and small and medium-sized enterprises. This removal of GST on fuel products is temporary and shall only operate from 1st of May 2022 and will expire on 31st of October 2022. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the Parliament.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The question is that the bill be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from the Excellency, the Governor General, dated 21 April 2022, recommending that the expenditure of public money insofar as the bill relates to be provided for such expenditure. Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Act 2003.
Clerk.
Income tax, salary or wages tax rate amendment bill 2022. Minister for Treasury.
The Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I present the income tax, salary or wages tax rates amendment bill 2022.
Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the income tax, salary or wages tax rates amendment bill 1979.
Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is complementary legislation again, which will raise the income tax threshold from 12,500 to 17,500 kina from the 1st of June 2022 this year until 31st of December 2022. This measure will reduce income tax payable for everyone earning more than 12,500 kina. For all taxpayers earning 17,500 kina or higher, they will have up to 42 kina 30 toya more in their fortnightly pay to help meet some of the cost of living pressures. This measure is estimated to benefit over 200,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to this Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Treasurer for these important bills, and also want to congratulate him for the initiatives that he has taken. On the previous bill with regards to the reduction in the food like ox palm and fish and rice and flour, and now the salaries are kept going up to 17,500. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my argument is, I think we really have to get it right. You know, I want to argue for the hundreds and thousands of farmers in this country. The wage earners are a limited number, but the largest number who are really suffering under these price hikes are our small farmers throughout the country. And the hard-working Minister for Agriculture, I've been listening to him and watching him and also complaining even as a Minister for Agriculture. For example, some interventions that the government has undertaken, and if I am right, I can be corrected, but my notes say that the government increased the coffee export levy by 100%. Also, the government increased the cocoa export tonnage levy by 150%. There are many levies and charges and fees that have been charged, for example, on fertilizer, fuel. Now we are addressing wharfage charges, Nakia inspection fees and container fees, and all these unnecessary fees that have been charged to farmers who are, I think for the coffee alone, I understand, and the Minister for Agriculture can be corrected. I think about 4 million citizens rely on that type of income, and even vegetable income, and so their ability to make money by farmers throughout the country, and then we go around the corner, and then we charge high fees and levies on these same people. No wonder the minister, I've been listening to the minister arguing that the productivity of agriculture sector has been dropping over the years. Even we are going back to, for cocoa and coffee, to 1975 levels of productivity. And while that is, productivity is dropping, we are imposing higher levies and higher charges on the sector that has to breathe. And with thanks goodness to our falling keener value,
Honorable Member, we have a point of order. What's your point of order?
With due respect to the Senior Minister, the levy charged by CIC is only 10 toya on top of the current levy that is already charged. So it's gone up to 20 toya. And that levy is only charged to the exporters, not to the local farmers. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
But he agrees with me, that's a 100% increase. And that charges overflow to the farmer. You know, that's a 100% increase. So you agree with me in terms of the levy charge, 10 to 20 toya, 100% increase. So the argument, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting at is we really need to target in this scenario the millions of people that are actually struggling, and we are targeting the limited number who are public servants on the wages. That's the argument that I would want to impose in this debate. While I support that there is an increase in the salary cap for taxes, I think the government really has to seriously look at all these fees and levies and charges that are imposing on hundreds and hundreds of farmers that are there struggling, who should be increasing productivity. And rather than going to promote tin fish and oxen palm and flour and rice, we really should be supporting increased productivity of a high nutrition value food in this country using this opportunity. That's my argument. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Like to thank you, Lord Treasurer, one more time. Now, Rasim Takis, all kada liklik Papua New Guinean man Mary only walk. Usat kisim up to 17,500. This Lord Treasurer, I put him now, and Rasim Takis lipla. I'm including all church workers. I'm including all laborers, all farms. I'm including all security guards. I'm including all the legally line or lower income earning bracket. And I need 17,500. This will Lord Treasurer pay him now. And we rouse him all not pay him taxes anymore. Legally contribution where government blow yumi sensitive, blow need blow all people in this hard time. On top of rousing taxes long all basic household items, rousing or down him levy in this hard time, we will feel that this is appropriate to do, so that our citizens have a little bit more keener in their pocket to spread it in terms of essential household goods. Now, me talk how much through Treasurer, Mibla cabinet you give him legally talk that's all. Long look lo way lo assist him all citizen limi lo this will happen time. And treasurer he move him miles. Lo ensure that this will really come to reality and me like ask him this parliament, lo give him support, lo treasurer, and you make him this life, bring him smile. Or like man Mary William talk over 200,000 of them. Only work is that. And if you look at 200,000 only work, this will break it. A majority here. And this 200,000 and we only look at you got family, los settlements, los suburbs, one plantation all work. And I think it's a good gesture as you go through this year long result long economic problems where price of oil went up. So this fight come up long Ukraine and Russia. So once again, me commented this bill backside long work lo treasurer. Now me asking me ogara lo support in him.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the income tax, salaries or wages tax, rates, Amendment Bill 1979.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor General, dated 21 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Minister for Treasury.
Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. And those against say no. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the income tax, third reading. A bill for an act to amend the income tax, salary or wages tax, rates, Amendment Bill 1979.
Thank you, Minister. Clerk.
Notice number 342, member for Enga Provincial.
The Honourable Member for Enga Provincial.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the Innovative University of Enga Bill 2022.
Clerk.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment and incorporation of the Innovative University of Enga and for related purposes.
The Honourable Governor.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker and honourable members of this Parliament. I rise on this occasion to introduce an important bill for an act to establish another university in Papua New Guinea, the Innovative University of Enga Bill. Mr. Speaker, this Innovative University of Enga Bill has been in development for a long time. However, have taken shape in the last 4 years and represents the implementation of key aspects of NEC decision NG 25 of 2017 to reform, transform, and to unify the higher and technical education sector in PNG, including the directive and regulatory oversight of all higher education institutions transferred to the Ministry and the Department of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. A couple of weeks ago, this Parliament has passed another similar bill earlier to establish the Lutheran University in Ley, Morobe Province. This bill will follow the same path. A country with a total population of less than 5 million people like New Zealand has more than 10 universities, many colleges and polytechs, schools and law, and few private established universities to educate its population. PNG has a population of over 8 million. Some say it has already exceeded 10 million, and we have only 7 universities in PNG. There is therefore a need to establish another university, as the current route or access to the university entry is congested and limited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as responsible leaders of this country, we have moral and statutory duty to our future generation by providing adequate opportunity for education, particularly tertiary education, with conventionally is limited to few privileged or lucky ones, hence making tertiary education a luxury. I will briefly outline the main principles and the effect of the draft bill. Current situation in the higher education sector in PNG. Mr. Deputy Speaker and honourable members of this Parliament, it is high time Papua New Guinea faces the challenge to improve the quality of our higher education sector. Knowledge is a driving factor for the social and economic development of PNG. Today, we need to ask questions: how many outstanding professionals have been lost to PNG because we did not give them proper access to quality higher education? Mr. Speaker, currently we have about 32,000 students pass through grade 12 examination every year, of whom about only 11,800 enter Papua New Guinea universities and colleges. The rest, approximately 20,000, are left out of the system as unskilled workforce, or crudely put, as misfits every year, unfit to return back to the village lifestyle, or unable to find and utilize his or her grade 12 years of education to meaningfully engage in employment as skilled labor. They are indeed a time bomb for this country. On a positive note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some lucky ones get admission to foreign university or colleges at huge cost, and those with wealthy family background get absorbed to useful employment with family and their network. However, for many, the opportunity simply is not there. Mr. Speaker, According to current estimates, very few take the first choice or the second option for those seeking employment without college or university qualification, which becomes an impossibility. Currently, we have 7 universities in PNG. 5 are state-owned and 2 that are run by churches. This is not a reasonable number of universities for delivering and developing a country like PNG. We also have a considerable number of small colleges offering certificate and diploma programs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, PNG has one of the most stressed university education systems in the world. Those stresses include increasing number of grade 12s and correspondingly a limited capacity for university admission, a lack of international competition owing to outdated curriculum and teaching standards, and a lack of connection between curricula and labor market requirements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the present government is making strenuous efforts to reform the higher education sector, including the curricula, the implementation of controls on quality, improved linkages with the market, the introduction of modified admission systems, and improved planning. However, making changes to the outdated and resilient public higher education system will be difficult. It will take time, and in the meantime, we need both short-term and long-term solutions. Universities sponsored by other partner bodies like churches, sub-national government, and private sector bodies. Mr. Speaker, the issue of permitting private universities to offer university education in PNG is not a new concept, as it has existed since the establishment of Divine Word University in Madang by the Catholic Church and Pacific Adventist University outside of Port Moresby by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Just last week, the Parliament passed, just a couple of weeks ago, this Parliament passed a bill to establish a Lutheran University in Leh, sponsored by the Lutheran Church. Apart from these church-sponsored universities, a only private university exists also in PNG, that is University of Business Studies outside of Port Moresby in Central. Those universities offer multidisciplinary professional courses similar to state-funded universities. Academic programs apparently are endorsed by the Department of Higher and Technical Education Board as per the Higher Education General Provisions Act 2010. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is an open secret that since the late 90s, the overall quality of state university graduates has declined sharply. For a large number of students, the dawning realization that their degree qualifications are not greatly valued in the workplace, particularly in the thriving private sector, has come as a rude awakening call. Enga provincial government and of course tertiary education sector investment in Enga as a response. As a response to the above fact and having realized the need for a new university in PNG, the Enga provincial government under my leadership has stepped up and have invested heavily in the tertiary education sector in PNG for the last 20 years, a role that should be performed by the national government as it is its statutory responsibility. Initially subsidizing tertiary education for Engan students throughout the country and building world-class infrastructure for the institutions and later partnering with tertiary institutions or universities to actually offer degree programs. Mr. Deputy Speaker and members of this Honorable House, Enga provincial government has partnered with some of the established universities in the country to provide degree programs. For instance, in partnering with Enga provincial government, the University of Goroka campus, UOG, is now offering 5 different bachelor degree programs in education at the University of Enga campus. These programs are based towards STEM courses of biology, chemistry, physics, maths, apart from English, which is a humanitarian program. The English program is a cross-cutting program that is aimed at addressing the appalling standard and the quality of English, both written and spoken throughout institutions across PNG, including teachers. This is a degree program leading to Bachelor's of Arts in English degree. The program commenced in 2020, so the first batch are expected to graduate next year, 2023, from the University of Enga campus. We plan to introduce bachelor degree in early childhood learning commencing next year, 2023. This initiative is the first of its kind, if I may add. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also have similar programs in partnership with the Pacific Adventist University, offering 2 bachelor degree programs in nursing, and the new Ella Hopene Technical College, which will take on skill training in the near future. Next year, in 2022, we will be partnering the Western Pacific University to introduce their IT program. Enga Provincial Hospital is yet to open, but we plan to have a teaching hospital for medical students of our beautiful country, PNG. These campuses are working in isolation and as its own governing council, its policies, and its own management. Such fragmentation of the higher education institutions in Enga province contributes to additional costs, compromises the quality of learning and teaching, and does not provide the sustainable development to the sector. There is also significant duplication of roles and responsibilities, thus creating inefficient utilization of scarce resources, allocations to the higher education and training. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is hoped that the new innovative University of Enga will address these challenges by unifying higher education institutions in Enga province, so that the current existing university programs will form the nucleus of courses going forward. The unification of these higher education institutions currently operating in Enga province and involvement and they complement the provisions, and it will complement the provisions of the Higher and Technical Education Reform Act of 2020 and the Higher Education General Provisions Amendment Act of 2020. It also corresponds with the government's agenda to unify, reform, and transform the higher education sector in PNG. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a university education with a clear vision and sponsored by a private institution focus is important because first and foremost, it will offer time-demanded study courses for aspiring students. They are far ahead of the state universities in terms of using modern technology in education. Their curricula are updated and using digitalized methods and are revised regularly and promptly, while public universities lag behind in this respect. Private universities give students the skills required by the job markets, which sharpens their competitive edge in employment competition. The innovative University of Enga will create a culture of close teacher-student contact with the provision both of mandatory class attendance and counseling for students by the tutors. Students will be awarded marks for attendance, just as they are for assignments, quizzes, presentations, projects, and examinations. This will ensure frequent interaction between tutors and students, positively impacting the learning process, whilst the provision of extra teaching time strengthens the student-teacher relationship. The innovative University of Enga is committed to quality education to produce competent graduates and will do so by employing highly qualified and established academics. The innovative University of Enga will create a congenial atmosphere and use its developed systems to sharpen its student skills. The ultimate beneficiaries are the students. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through necessary legislation and monitoring actions, the regulatory body, which is the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, can create an environment in which all universities will come into healthy competition with one another and improve the quality. In this way, state universities and private universities can deliver results in this country's best interest. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, in 2014, the Papua New Guinea government passed a legislative framework on public-private partnerships, PPP. This national public-private partnership policy provides to such arrangements. This policy states public-private partnerships under the approach, governments ensure value for money and share the risk with the private sector in a partnership approach. The higher education sector is not a burden to a nation, but it is a long-term investment. What can we do and what do we say in response to the aspirations of our children? Do we have answers to our children with high hopes for the future, with dreams of quality education? Are our people destined to perpetual poverty, to poor quality institutions, to lack of opportunities for a better future, or to failure? We think not. This partnership between innovative University of Enga and the government can help find solutions to those challenges and facilitate a positive change in the higher education sector. As we strive to locate the necessary resource and authority to change the current situation, we have an opportunity to invent a better future by investing in higher education sector. As Stenkin stated, development is about transforming the lives of people, not just transforming economies. Part of the transformation results from quality higher education that opens up minds to the notion that change is possible, that there are other ways of organizing production, as it teaches the basic principles of modern science and elements of analytic reasoning, and enhances the capacity to learn. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Task Force on Higher Education and Society was organized by the World Bank and UNESCO to bring together experts from 13 countries to the purpose of exploring the future of higher education in the developing world. They concluded their research by publishing what has become a seminal document entitled Higher Education in Developing Countries, Peril and Promise. In it, the author stated, the greatest desire of the task force is to catalyze dialogue in countries around the world. While the benefits of higher education continue to rise, the costs of being left behind are also growing. Higher education is no longer a luxury. It is essential to national, social, and economic development. That's 2020 to 2014. Mr. Deputy Speaker, university education leads to higher earnings for individuals, often referred to as graduate premium. It also leads to more taxes, revenue, and magnitude of this effect on economic growth is very enormous. There is vast amount of literature concerning investment in higher education, and remarkably, there is a high degree of agreement that investment in higher education represents a good investment. The proposed Innovative University of Enga Bill is a response to the government's conviction that investment in higher education sector, as it is important, call for economic growth, social and poverty reduction in the delivery of Papua New Guinea's ambitious vision of a smart, wise, fair, healthy, and happy society by the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I now commend the Innovative University of Enga Bill to Parliament. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kandep.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will support the bill and support the initiative taken by the Grand Chiefs Peter Iparas, Governor of Enga Province, in establishing the university, the Innovative University of Enga. Mr. Speaker, if you could allow me, let me just share what I see such important initiatives or projects like this can be affected by the relationship that the governors and the open MPs have on the ground. And I'd like to make some admissions here because this project is one that really must be supported by all leadership and the people of Enga under the leadership of the Grand Chief Peter Iparas. And I'd like to say it from my experience. Mr. Speaker, this university has been started solely and done by the governor himself under his leadership with the provincial government. It's a very worthy, it's a precious project, and now I'm very happy to commend the governor for bringing this to Parliament and now introducing the bill to this Parliament, and I'm sure we will pass this bill. But it's a wonderful work he has done, and I commend him for that. Sometimes I find when the open member doesn't work properly with the governor of the province, you find projects like this sometimes get delayed, don't get implemented, etc., etc. But here is an example of a governor who has been very persistent, very strong in his leadership. Despite circumstances, and has brought this to light, and I'm happy with it. I'm saying it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I'm one of the open members in Enga Province who has not been working very closely in a political space with the Honourable Governor. But very recently, we have started to work together. There's been some wonderful things that I've seen this governor has been doing that when I was open MP, did not see. Because I was so much blinded by my own political interest and rivalry. So what I saw was the personality of Sir Peter Iparas, but never saw the projects that he was doing, initiating for the people of Enga. And I think it's a similar experience that we find in this country because of the structure that we play our leadership roles. And now, recently he has introduced me into those buildings that he has built. We went through the Innovative University infrastructure, the lecturers that are there, and the programs that he is very arrogantly articulated in his speech. Those opened my eyes, and I said, man, you've done wonderful things here. People in the province, they complain about where it is put, little things. They say, oh, it should be in my place, in my village. It should not be over there. Those are very trivial matters that drains our energy out from those very important things that matter most. And the lesson that I think we learn is that we should look at bigger pictures, and this is what I have now come to grasp with the government, and we are working on that, and I like to support this bill and support the government's work, and we work together in complete solidarity to help the government, support him while performing my duty as the member for Kandep to lead our people and to help our people progress into a positive future. So I
really thought that Mr. Deputy Speaker should mention that. I also like to mention here that human resource development, the point that the governor raises is a very, very important point. That this country cannot be developed without a human being. I am one of those persons on the floor of the debate when we tried to compare infrastructure and economy as against a human resource. I always say, no, it's a human resource that we must give the priority. Let's look at the welfare of the person, the intellect, the wisdom, the understanding, the knowledge in that person. How do we cultivate the resourcefulness of the human in the human? Bring that out, cultivate it, let's develop it. When a human Papua New Guinean is developed, made to become affluent, smart, intelligent, wiser, because of the knowledge that the human person acquires through all these institutional developments and progress that he makes, you find that Papua New Guinea becomes smarter, and the country, the society is smarter, enlightened, awakened to reality. And we can compete at international levels. We can be scientists. Like for instance, we've had the COVID-19 here, and we've been criticizing the Prime Minister, saying that, look, you're putting some money to some people to develop some vaccination and so forth. But that's a move in the right direction, to develop those things, to develop scientists, to make Papua New Guineans become competent in the science world, in the technological world, ICT. It is now more knowledge than anything else. So the justification that the governor of Enga province has given to building the university is just spot on, so justified. And the bill is brought and at the right time where we have to start to look at developing our human people. And I'd like to also mention the technical institutions. The universities, we need to build more universities, but we also need to strengthen the technical institutions like technical colleges, the Tariff institutions. I sometimes feel offended when I find the higher education, science and research technology thrives to send Papua New Guinean students across to Australia or New Zealand or other countries for to developing those technical skills in them. Whilst we have our own institutions here. For instance, the Mount Hagen Technical College, the Glade Technical Institution, like Goroka Technical School here, like Port Moresby Technical College is here. Like we have the Hati, the Agriculture College. Those are very important technical institutions that exist. We overlook them. We should capacity and build those institutions because, like you heard the governor was saying, 32,000 people come out of the grade 11, 12, only 10 go to universities. What happens to the others? The word he used was misfits. What do we do with them? The technical colleges, carpenters, mechanics, front-end load operators, excavator operators, truck drivers, auto electricians. There's so many. And agriculturists, technical people can go out and teach our people to do piggery and poultry, etc. We're running out of these skilled people. We have to place our attention in those areas too. While we look at the universities, let's also develop this middle sector. When this middle sector people are the real people, you'll find them, they grow this small, medium-scale enterprises, the business, and it grows. Third point I'd like to make is the accreditation of universities in Papua New Guinea. While we established the Innovative University of Enga, we'd like to make the Innovative University of Enga become accredited at the international level. We'd like to see all our institutions here, they are established and they meet the requirements of the international standard. Like the Dublin, like Sydney Accord, or United States have their own accord. There are other international accords that the university must be built to capacity at the universities. There are lecturers that are there. The students, the faculty taught. Very important. And as articulated in this presentation of the bill by the governor, he articulates exactly the early childhood learning courses. As to English, we've been learning, the outcome-based education with our small kids speaking Tok Palestina go school. I was also offended by that. I thought we should change those things because we are now going to the more commercial, technological, scientific language, and that's English. We have to master English.
So there you go. These are right courses that are introduced in the innovative University of Anga, but our heads must be to making sure that we meet the international standard. Like, for instance, UPMC, does it meet the international standard university level? PAU? The one word? The others? Or do they not? So this is a challenge, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have. And I think next Parliament will come in, or even from the work that we are starting now with the bill that we are about to pass on the floor with regards to the innovative University of Anga. Let's look at how we can make our universities international standard so we can compete at that level, because it is going down that road today. So, Deputy Speaker, well, Liz, I support the Governor in this bill, and I'd like to also say in supporting the government, provincial government, in Kandep, we are establishing a school of excellence. We're looking at that intellectual human development. We have upgraded the only existing high school to secondary level to align with the university, the Innovative University of Anga. And also we're establishing 2 new high schools in Kandep to align with what the provincial government is doing. So I think what we need to do is we focus on integral human development in all facets. The provinces and districts, we need to work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The provincial member. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment and incorporation of the Innovative University of Anga and for related purposes.
Member for Anga Provincial.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Member for Anga Provincial.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. In accordance with constitutional requirement, the bill must be passed by absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, open the door. Attendance, pass it dua. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Would those in favor please stand up?
Do I stand too?
So that you know, like him, Bill, you stand up. Honourable members, those who vote in favour of the bill, 67, and noes, 0. Clerk.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment. Third reading, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment and incorporation of the Innovative University of Enga and for related purposes.
Thank you, Governor. Leader of Government Business.
Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice, please.
Explain your motion. Sorry, Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Prime Minister from presenting the Fee and Gst related bills. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister. Clerk.
Customs Tariff, Penang LNG Project, Amendment Bill 2020, Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
The Prime Minister and Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Customs Tariff Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1990.
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Customs Tariff 1990, the Customs Tariff Act 1990 is proposed to be amended by number 1, inserting a new section 9D exemption for Penang LNG project that provides A, in subsection 1, new definition of operations delegate, Penang LNG gas agreement, project entity, resource operations, and resource company. B, in subsection 2, the exemption of customs duty from goods and other than cars and imported solely for or in respect of the construction of the facilities to be used in the carry-out or to support the carrying out of the resource operations of a resource company, that is the project entity or operations delegate. And C, in subsection 3, the precedent that the terms of the Penang LNG gas agreement shall take over the provisions of this Act or the Customs Act in the event that the terms of Penang LNG gas agreement conflicts with that of this Act or the Customs Act. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1990.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public money insofar as the bill related to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is the leave granted? The Minister for Petroleum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Honorable Minister, we're still yet to move for the third reading, and then I'll ask you to make your speech. Yeah. The Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to make some short comments in support of this and the other series of Pyongyang-related bills that the Prime Minister is going to be moving now. This House will recall that in 2019, the O'Neill government signed up the Papua Gas Agreement in April of that year. And then in May, there was a change of government, and they had no opportunity to pass the consequential amendments to the various legislations required under the Papua Gas Agreement Bill. The Marape Basil government, having respect for the sanctity of contracts, accepted the responsibility to prepare and to bring through the NEC and into this Parliament for the passage of all the necessary amendments to all the affected legislations. And the National Executive Council and the Parliament graciously gave all that support that was necessary. Those bills were passed and they became law. As a result, Mr. Speaker, they paved the way for the developer to move the project, the Papua LNG project, into the development phase, starting with pre-FEED, which is the stage we are in now. In June and July, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the project will move into the FEED stage, which will take about 12 months, which is when all the designs for the project will be settled. And by the middle of 2023, the project will move into construction. So that project is now on track and making pretty good progress at the moment. Now, the Marape Basil government also had the privilege and the opportunity to negotiate its own project agreement, which is now referred to as the Pyongyang LNG project. And the series of bills we have here are also in connection with that particular project. And like the Papua project, the project agreement that we have signed also necessitates the passage of various amendments to existing legislations on the floor of Parliament, and this is exactly what the Prime Minister is doing now. The only point that I want to emphasize is that this bill will not lead to the erosion of the total benefits package that the state is contracted to take under the project. That remains completely unaffected. These bills are entirely facilitative in nature and will allow the project to move to the next stage after the project developers, or when the bills are passed and the project developers are ready. And the additional point I should make is that in this Pyongyang agreement, under the leadership of the Prime Minister himself, we've been able to achieve the highest total benefits package payable to the state at 65%. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a point in time after 6 months of rigorous and vigorous negotiations, the state negotiating team suspended the negotiations because the offer on the table was far less than the 65% that the state was asking for. And we were prepared to suspend negotiations for 6 months. 6 months. And in total, the negotiations, including the 6 months of suspended period, took 23 months to finally conclude an agreement. So you might say that has been one of the longest negotiated agreements, But in the final analysis, Mr. Speaker, and fortunately for this nation, we have been able to achieve a very, very high level of benefits package for this country. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I commend all the bills now presented by the Speaker, by the Prime Minister to this Parliament, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
The question is that a question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1990.
Clerk.
Excise Tariff, Penang LNG Project, Amendment Bill 2022. Prime Minister and Minister for Government Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Excise Tariff Penang LNG Amendment Bill 2022, please.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act, Chapter 107.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Excise Tariff Act, Chapter 107 is proposed to be amended. Firstly, A, in setting a new Section 3D, exemption for Penang LNG project that provides in subsection 1 definitions of Penang LNG gas agreement and project goods and consumables. Secondly, in subsection 2, the exemption of excise duty to project goods and consumables other than cars manufactured in Papua New Guinea or imported into Papua New Guinea. And 3, in subsection 3, the precedents that the terms of Penang LNG agreement shall take over the terms of this Act or the Excise Act 2009 in the event of conflict between the terms. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill.
Question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act, Chapter 107.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public money insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Is the leave granted? Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct for the transcript and handset. Earlier, I would have asked the leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted, Prime Minister.
And I now move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act, Chapter 107.
Clerk.
Goods and Services Tax, Penang LNG Project, Amendment Bill 2022. Prime Minister and Minister for Government Affairs.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Goods and Services Tax Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Tax Act 2003.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time, please. A second time, I beg your pardon.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, The Goods and Services Act 2003 is proposed to be amended by inserting in Section 2, subsection 1, definitions of Penang LNG gas project, Penang LNG project entity, Penang LNG project operations delegate, and Penang LNG project petroleum. Inserting in subsection 19.1 a new paragraph K that includes the Penang LNG project petroleum as the supplied goods to which the zero rating shall apply. Thirdly, inserting in subsection 21, part 1 by inserting a new paragraph 1, L, to extend the zero rating percentage charge on the supply of goods or services other than cars to a resource company, that is Penang LNG project entity or Penang LNG project operations delegate, for use solely in carrying on its resource operations. And fourthly, inserting in subsection 21, 1, a new paragraph M that stipulates that supply relates to a notice under Section 158K of the Income Tax Act 1959 or any consideration for or in respect of a transfer completed by the section or such notice. Mr. Speaker, I do commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Tax Act 2003.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from the Excellency, the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament, the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Goods and Services Tax Act 2003.
Mr. Clerk.
Income Tax, Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022, Prime Minister and Minister for Government Affairs.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Income Tax Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Make your speech.
Second time. Mr. Speaker, amendment to the Income Tax Act 1992, the fiscal and taxation arrangements provided for in the Penang LNG project gas agreement include establishing a fiscal stability period through a fiscal stability agreement promptly after the project legislative amendments have been made in full force and effect, shielding Penang LNG gas project, its principals and mine operators from the application of any new tax legislated or increase in rates of taxation during the fiscal stability period in relation to salaries and wages tax, except in relation to salaries and wages tax, and except for a limited initial period tax imposed under the Climate Change Management Act 2015. The Income Tax Act 1959 is proposed to be amended by, firstly, amending Section 4, subsection 1 by adding Penang LNG project petroleum to the definition of accessible income from gas operations in Section 4, subsection 1, amending the definition of gas operations to include Penang LNG project and Penang LNG project operations, inserting definitions of Penang LNG gas agreement, Penang LNG project affiliate, Penang LNG Project Entity, Penang LNG Project Financing, Penang LNG Project First Cargo, Penang LNG Project Operations, Penang LNG Project Participation, Penang LNG Project Petroleum. Secondly, adding a further provision to Section 35(2) so that the like exemptions made to the PNG LNG and Papua LNG projects, the exemptions from income tax it provides is extended to interest from the funding of the Penang LNG project. For the Penang LNG project subject to paragraph A, subpart A, part 2 of this definition is given in 12th of April 2010. Amending subsection 159C, part 1 to include the rate of 15% for additional profit tax in relation to Penang LNG project. Amending section 186, subsection 4 to exempt Penang project entities from paying interest withholding tax in respect to any interest received under or in connection with Penang LNG project financing. Number 7, amending section 197A by inserting a new subsection 5 to ensure that for the purposes of applying Division 15 in connection with Penang LNG project, it shall be interpreted consistently with the transfer pricing guidelines for multinational enterprises and tax administrations as approved by the Council of Organizations for the Economic Cooperation and Development. Mr. Speaker, the 8th Amendment amends Section 219C as follows: inserting a new definition of subsection 1 for approved Penang project and inserting a new paragraph D in the definition of eligible taxpayer to include a Penang LNG project participant. B, after subsection 14, inserting the following new subsections. Subsection 15, to ensure that the expenditure incurred by Penang LNG project participation in relation to an approved Penang project in a year of income may be transferred by notice in whole or in part, such as expenditure not being expenditure which has previously been utilized as a credit or the subject of another transfer notice to one or more of its affiliates. The notice shall entail details of the transfer being the amount, the year or years in which the expenditure was incurred, and the approved Penang project to which it relates. 2, subsection 16, that stipulates that the expenditure for which notice is given to a Penang LNG project affiliate under subsection 15 shall be deemed as expenditure incurred by such Penang LNG project affiliate in relation to an approved Penang project in specified year and not to have been incurred by Penang LNG project participant. Subsection 3, part 3, subsection 17, stipulating that the expenditure incurred by a Penang LNG project participant or its affiliate shall be deemed, in addition to any deemed tax payment under subsection 2, to be income tax paid in respect of the liability for an income tax of such Penang LNG project participant or its affiliate assessed for the year of tax relating to the year of income, limited to the lesser of 2% of the assessable income derived or 50% of the amount of tax payable. Number 4, subsection 18, to enable expenditure incurred under subsection 16 and subsection 17 to be carried forward separately from expenditure deemed to be income tax paid under subsection 2, and the subsections 3, 4, and 5 shall apply in the same manner, provided that the expenditure may not be deemed to be income tax for a year of tax that is more than 20 years after the year in which expenditure was actually incurred. Number 5, subsection 19, exempting from the application of subsection 5B, a Penang LNG project participant that is an eligible taxpayer in relation to a prescribed infrastructure development or expenditure incurred or income tax deemed to be paid under subsection 16 or subsection 17 or otherwise in any way limit the operation of subsections 15 and 16, 17 and 18 in relation to an approved Penang project. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forward, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time. Question be put.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Income tax, dividend withholding tax, and interest withholding tax rates, Penang LNG project amendment bill 2002. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the income tax, dividend withholding tax, and interest withholding tax rates, Penang LNG project amendment bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Mr. Longkai.
This one on the side.
Which one is the one?
This one.
Okay.
We don't have that. The bill is not prepared. The bill is not in full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this was done.
Who will sit here?
Okay.
I can sit here and not
This one done and then
yeah, I'll go for the other ones.
then that's an insurance bill.
Don't worry, I'll go for this. Let's go to the other one.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Insurance Piniang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2002. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Insurance Piniang LNG Project Amendment Bill.
Mr. Clerk.
2022.
First reading a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Insurance Act 1995 is proposed to be amended by, firstly, in setting definitions of Penang LNG project, Penang LNG project contractor, Penang LNG project entity, Penang LNG project gas agreement, Penang LNG project operations, in line with those employed by the Penang LNG project gas agreement. Secondly, replacing Section 17 with a new section that provides that an unlicensed persons carrying on general insurance businesses or acting as brokers or loss adjusters may do so as long as the business entails matters in relation to the LNG project and or LNG project operations and the Penang LNG project and or Penang LNG project operations. Thirdly, in setting a new Section 18C that enables a Penang LNG project entity or Penang LNG project contractor from utilizing and engaging an unlicensed insurers, brokers, or loss adjusters so long as it is in relation to risk for which insurance may be required by a Penang LNG project and or Penang LNG project operations. Fourth, in setting a new Section 36(1)(c) to exempt the application of the subsection 1 from any risk for which insurance, including reinsurance, may be required by a Penang LNG project entity or Penang LNG project contractor in relation to Penang LNG project and or Penang LNG project operations other than workers' compensation insurance. Fifth, in setting a new Section 36(2)(c) to exempt the application of subsection 2 from insurers or persons who, as agent, broker, or insurer, arranges insurance of a risk other than the risk of injury or death to an employee that would normally be insured under workers' compensation insurance that relates to the Penang LNG project and or Penang LNG project operations. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Income tax, dividend withholding tax and interest withholding tax rates, Pinyang LNG project amendment bill 2002.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the income tax, dividend withholding tax, interest withholding tax rates, Pinyang LNG project amendment bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk, Deputy Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the income tax, dividend withholding tax and interest withholding tax rates Act, Chapter 111, and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Income Tax, Dividend Withholding Tax and Interest Withholding Tax Rates Act, Chapter 111, is proposed to be amended by just inserting in subsection 2 of the Schedule 4.4 the words Penang LNG gas agreement. Or, Mr. Speaker, I commend this short amendment to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the income tax, dividend withholding tax and interest withholding tax rate, Chapter 111, and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that ask leave of Parliament rather to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
No.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye.
No.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading. Oh, second reading.
Third reading.
Third reading. Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the income tax, dividend withholding tax, and income tax withholding tax rates Act, Chapter 111, and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Conabada Petroleum Park, Pinyang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2002, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Conabada Petroleum Park Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Conabada Petroleum Park Act 2008 and for related purpose.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time, please.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, this is the seventh of 11 bills that I was bringing in today. We are doing this as a seventh one. We've got 4 more to go. This one, Mr. Speaker, is an amendment to the proposed amendment to the Conabada Park Act 2008 by inserting definitions in Section 3, Subsection 1 for Penang LNG Project Gas Agreement, Penang LNG Project, Penang LNG Project Area, Penang LNG Project Assets, Penang LNG Project Contractor, Penang LNG Project Entity, Penang LNG Project Operations, and Penang LNG Project Petroleum. Secondly, it replaces the definition of park in Section 3, Subsection 1 with a new paragraph to include the Penang LNG Project Area. Thirdly, it replaces the Subsection 3, Part 4 with a new paragraph to extend the same exclusion given to the area of land within the LNG project area and the Papua LNG project area to the area of land within the Penang LNG project area. And fourth, inserting a new Section 4C to exempt the application of this Act or any other Act from the application to the Penang LNG project. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Conabada Petroleum Park Act 2008 and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Conabada Petroleum Park Act 2008 and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Oil and Gas Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2002, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Oil and Gas Penang LNG Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Oil and Gas Act 1998 is proposed to be amended by, firstly, amending Section 160A by inserting the words Penang LNG Project in the heading, B, inserting definitions in subsection 1 for Penang LNG Gas Agreement and Penang LNG Project Participation and Penang LNG Project PDL, and C, inserting a new subsection 2A that provides that the production levy is at a rate of 3% of the well-added value of all its petroleum produced from licensed area for each of the Penang LNG project participants. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a pointer as the Minister of Petroleum in his astute leadership has indicated us negotiating a better outcome in the Papua LNG and PNG LNG. Production levy is at 2% with many discounts. This one is a 3% rate negotiated and achieved at a higher than both PNG LNG and Papua LNG, one of the outcomes of us negotiating hard with our investors. Mr. Speaker, with this I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Prices Regulation, Penyang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Price Regulation Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Price Regulation Act Chapter 320.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Price Regulation Act Chapter 320 is proposed to be amended by firstly inserting definitions in Section 1, Part 1 of the Penyang LNG Project Gas Agreement and Penyang LNG Project Petroleum and Penyang LNG Project Services. And secondly, amending Section 10 by inserting a new subsection 3C, which provides that Penyang LNG Project Petroleum is not and cannot be declared goods, and the Penyang LNG Project Services are not and cannot be declared services. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is now, is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Price Regulation Act, Chapter 320.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the third reading be brought forward, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Price Regulation Act, Chapter 320.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Resource Contract Fiscal Stabilization, Penang LNG Project, Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Penang Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000 and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
And make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000 is proposed to be amended by inserting a new Section 7 labeled Penang LNG Project Fiscal Stability Agreement to have a force of law, giving the agreement entered into in respect to Penang LNG Project the full force of law. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000 and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022 recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith, please.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Resource Contracts Fiscal Stabilization Act 2000 and for related purposes.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Stamp duties, Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Stamp Duties Penang LNG Project Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117 and for related purposes.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, let me firstly, before I move to read the amendments we are doing to the Stamp Duties Act 1952, firstly say thank you to all members of Parliament once again for sitting in to make these important bills to be passed into law. Today I stand here wearing a dress that the people of Kobe gave me when I visited Western Britain Province. Some people are visiting Western Britain Province right now as we speak. In 8 years, I don't know what they delivered to West Newbury Province. Should be sitting here to pass these important bills to ensure that we build on betterment for our people through the resources we have in our country. Mr. Speaker, work of Parliament goes on, and I'd like to say thank you very much to all the faithfuls who've sat in, including the learned opposition leader who is sitting in, working right now. We argue on policy matters, and matters he feels different or needs to be heard from his perspective, but on common grounds. We sit and work for our country. And I just want to commend him and Sepuka and the Honorable Koitrape, as well as every one of us. When you demand for more DSIP or services to your electorate, you must know where you're demanding or where you're taking the money from. These bills that we set through, including the earlier program bills, are bills that will get more money back into our economy as a result of hard negotiations led by Petroleum Minister in this instance and assisted by Governor of Gulf as my special envoy. The negotiations went very hard. In fact, as correctly stated by the Minister of Petroleum, he walked away from the negotiations in 6 months it was on the table. Mr. Speaker, I don't apologize to anyone if we delay negotiations when we know it is not good for the country and we could make more. We could make more. We are not new to the LNG project. I give full commendation when PNG was not yet an LNG producing nation. The National Alliance-led government in 2008, 2007 and 2008 progressed a project that was sanctioned in 2009. And that project, construction dollar that came into Papua New Guinea grew our economy by 40 billion kina. One LNG project alone grew our economy by 40 billion kina. We were an economy of, our kina numbers was in between 30 to 40 billion kina. By the time the LNG construction phase of 3 or 4 years that ran from 2010 to 2014 was completed, we had already grown our economy to around 70 billion kina plus. One project delivered our economy 40 billion kina increase. We are now in a nation of LNG producing nation. We in the family of 16 nations globally who produce LNG. When we took office, we put a stop to take stock of what we could get from Papua LNG. Well, we couldn't amend fully what was signed because it had a force of law, but we squeezed in as far as construction spin-offs are concerned and service sector is concerned, additional 5 take from Papua LNG. Today, let me say, and again led by the fine leader sitting at the back, giving support to this, the Honorable Karen Kakua. For Pinyang LNG, it was our signature project. We had to do it correct, do it right. And let me say today, I want to appreciate ExxonMobil, from the highest right down to the PNG management team. They had us clearly. They had our argument clearly amidst the many noises that were spinned by our opponents on the ground and opponents at all levels. They knew we had to get better so that when we get better, we tidied the legacies of PNG LNG project, tidied the many legacies that were inherent and apparent in our economy because of lesser going back to our people. One indication, Mr. Speaker, was that we secured additional 1% for development levy with a far better calculation, only two deductions and not 3 deductions as in the case of PNG LNG and Papua LNG. Mr. Speaker, it goes to show that if government put their foot down, especially when we no longer greenfield but in a brownfield nation in as far as oil and gas or gold is concerned, then we could get back more. despite the law that we have. If we push hard, we could get additional through pure, strong commercial negotiations. And I am satisfied as I speak to our nation through this bill that your body of leaders who rally at my back stood firm under Minister Kua and Governor Havetta's leadership. We were able to secure better. In fact, Penang LNG, we have secured in a range when production starts, we will be at 59% and we will migrate to 63% in project economy once the project matures. All within our government policy. When we took office, we said any project we negotiate, we must secure within the range of 60 to 65. Minister Kua had a mandate. Minister Johnson Tuku had a mandate. They went out, and I just want to pause for a moment and say our apology to our investors if they felt they were inconvenienced. I know they're tuning in and they're listening. But you must know, they must know that if the country gets back more, we keep the environment a safe place for all of us to do business and we live long in our country. That was the only reason. We want to get back more so that we tidy on police, law and order, infrastructure, so that the place is better. And ExxonMobil and Total, the global corporate super giants, you have a good reputation that you partnered a developing nation well, and you leave behind a better legacy. And so today, in Penang, I just say thank you to ExxonMobil, and I say thank you to Santos, who came in after oil sets folded, for their understanding. There's a 10% additional equity on the table for PNG parties. Actually, there's a 12.5% additional equity on the table, and let me say thank you. Those total benefits packed together, you may put in one term, Papua New Guinea beneficiaries in the pie that comes out from Penang. Through the life of the project, we will get averaging from 59% to 63%, and our investors will get the balance of that. So it shows that leaders with strong zeal to fight back and take back more from the resources can achieve something. And today I just want to assure members of the House the bills that we are passing are necessary concessions or stabilities we give to the agreement so that the agreement runs its full course. Penang LNG is a $13 billion LNG project. Papua LNG is a $20 billion LNG project. When we sequence these two together, Papua LNG starts construction around next year, late next year. The preliminary works are taking place as we speak. Construction will run to 2027, 2028, and Penang LNG construction kicks in. So this nation will see a construction boom for the next 8 years at the back of Papua LNG and Penang LNG squeezed back to back. And we have optimized our state gain in Penang so that our project partners can ensure they remain here and we get back more from our resources. And so let me commend our Minister for making and working hard in this area. These projects will eventually mean that we will be an oil and gas producing nation until 2060. 2060. It extends the life of our country producing oil and gas for 2060. That is the reason why my brother leaders, some of us could not compromise a fast gain. We just had to do it properly. And history will judge what we are doing today. As history today, over 12 years since PNG LNG project was signed, we judged back and said, amidst some inadequacies, we couldn't have done more. The NA government did well. The greatest investment our country has ever did in the PNG LNG is now sustaining our economy as we speak. And so for Penang LNG sequence after Papua LNG will, in my view, if one LNG project, which was sized at $23 billion project, PNG LNG grew our economy by $40 billion. This combined $33 billion LNG project, $13 billion from Penang, and $20 billion from Papua LNG will grow our economy into another $40 to $50 billion Kina economy size. So I just want to thank our members for sitting in today to participate in these milestone passages. As I was sitting in 2009 and 10 when we were passing similar bills, myself and Sepuka and I think the Honorable Bellenham and others, I just appreciate the leaders who sit in long hours today to pass some of these fundamental bills that need to be passed. Mr. Speaker, with this, I now want to propose or commend this bill. It includes amendments to the Stamp Duties Act 1952. It proposes by inserting in subsection 1, subsection 1, definition of Penang LNG gas agreement. In 2, it inserts a new division called 19 called Penang LNG project with the following new sections: 81F, which provides the exemption of any transactions related to the Penang LNG gas agreement from stamp duty, and B, 81G, which provides the transfer of Penang LNG project capital expenditure is exempted from stamp duty. I commend this bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117, and for related purposes.
Honorable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor General dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition and expenditure. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I moved the bill to be read for the third time, I just want to inform our people from Western Province, including Governor, who has always placed his people's interests ahead, and to our people of the Star Mountains or up there in also be in the Penang areas. We will conduct a deployment forum. This what we have to do at the national level, the benefits that we've secured on the side of the 59 to 63%. We will go to the deployment forum and bundle, just like we're doing with the POGRA. What is landowners' benefit will be discussed at the forum, including infrastructure grants, business development grants, that others we will be rendering to our Penang landowners. We have a 4-year lead period from now till 2027, 2028. PDL will not be granted yet. These are laws that we are passing. PDL will be held in place until they are going to feed, and then PDL will be issued. So we have enough lead time, but we will try our very best at the very earliest to go and visit our landowners up there in the Star Mountains. Mr. Speaker, with this, I now move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 117, and for related purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Notice number 336, Minister for Communication, Minister for Information, Communication, Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Digital Government Bill 2022.
Mr. Deputy Clerk.
First reading. First reading, a bill for an act to provide for digital government through the use of information and communication technologies, and B, enable the streamlining, planning, coordination, development, and implementation across the whole of government of digital services, digital infrastructure, digital skills, and all other aspects of digital government, and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, I want to thank my people of South Bougainville for giving me this opportunity to represent them in this honorable House. Secondly, I want to thank the Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, for giving me this opportunity to be the Minister for ICT for these last 2.5 years. It now gives me great pleasure and distinct honor to stand in this honorable House as the Portfolio Minister of the Information and Communications Technology Ministry for this government to present to the House the Digital Government Bill for an Act. Brief introduction and background, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a significant piece of legislation designed to bring government closer to the people through effective governance, improved service delivery, and inclusive social and economic development through the use of digital technologies or information and communication technology, ICT. It will pave way for prudent coordination, deployment, and use of digital technologies within the public sector that will, A, promote collaboration, interaction, and participation within government, between government and citizens, and the government and businesses. B, promote innovation and learning. C, provide an open and transparent government. And D, provide citizen-centered services. The bill is the result of a rigorous policy development and key stakeholder consultation process as part of the implementation of the PNG Digital Transformation Policy approved by the NEC Decision 252 of 2020. To reforming of the public sector, Mr. Speaker, in this era of evolving technological innovation that improves operational efficiency in private and public sector alike, economies of the world have and are moving into adopting digital government programs to improve efficiency in service delivery. I recall and remind the House for our recollection on post-independence public sector management structural reforms that impact our country positively. Mr. Speaker, two pieces of legislation, namely the Organic Law on Provincial and Local Level Government 1998 and the Public Finances Management Act 1995, essentially brought into the public sector private sector's management control systems, or MCS, that enable operational efficiency, accountability and transparency for good governance. The difference between the Organic Law on Provincial and Local Level Government and Public Finance Management Act to this digital government bill is that the bill, once enacted, will cause a reformation to digitalize and enhance the implementation of the two predecessor laws more effectively and efficiently. It is anticipated to trigger acceleration in service delivery and hereby stimulate socio-economic growth of this nation. Mr. Speaker, Management Control Systems, or MCS, is essential for good governance and efficient service delivery in this technological era. I am confident this bill will cause the third major wave in the public sector reform in Papua New Guinea through digital transformation. The Act will enable the private sector management control systems installed across the government sector to be integrated and harmonized for efficient service delivery through special and essential data sharing to cure the effects of costly information system silos. It will ensure data integrity is maintained and secured but shared in compliance with international best practice standards for service delivery. Mr. Speaker, as the result of this legal framework, I anticipate most of the public service manual process to be digitalized and automated for efficient service delivery, whilst maintaining control and oversight for security, safety, and good governance. The policy position, Mr. Speaker, digital technologies, the internet, mobile phones, digital devices, and all other tools to collect, store, analyze, and share information digitally have steadily integrated into the everyday lives of Papua New Guineans, businesses, and government. Digital technologies make routine, transaction-intensive tasks dramatically cheaper, faster, and more convenient, and are here to stay. Papua New Guinea, in its digital transformation journey, has the opportunity to leapfrog through learning from other countries' successes and experiences. For example, in Estonia, a citizen's tax return is pre-filled and can take as little as 3 minutes to complete with a single button click. But let me stress here that there is a greater need for a properly coordinated approach towards procuring, deploying, and utilizing digital infrastructures and services within and across the whole of the public sector. Right now, all agencies of government are doing their own things, dealing directly with technology vendors of their choice to procure and deploy technologies, and even getting private firms on retainer to sustain their operations. This practice comes with greater risks and consequences, including cybersecurity risks, risks associated with the protection of confidential government data and information, procuring substandard and immature technologies, challenges of standardizing government systems to enable interoperability, sharing of information and collaboration across whole of government, and high cost, among others. These are the challenges our government is facing, and one that it plans to meet head-on through the introduction of this bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill now provides a pathway for proper coordination across the whole of government. It will enable further strengthening of existing infrastructures, systems, and services through what is called government shared services, so that infrastructures and services that are common across all our systems, does not need to be duplicated across all departments and agencies, resulting in high costs. These shared services, such as official email and cybersecurity services, can be established and coordinated centrally for whole of government for the purposes of efficiency and economies of scale. It will ensure government systems are secured, integrated, and are compatible so that they can talk to each other from national to provincial and district level, and the information can be shared in real time across whole of government for better informed decision making, and most importantly, making sure that our critical digital infrastructures, systems and services that we operate are safe and secure from cyber threats and attacks. Therefore, through this bill, we anticipate that it will A, improve the efficiency, effectiveness and the quality of government service delivery, B, increase access to and sharing of information, C, allow better use of government infrastructure and resources, D, improve governance, E, enhance the participation of private sector, F, increase transparency and accountability, and G, reduce operational cost, among others. Mr. Speaker, the existing legislative framework of our country does not adequately cover digital government, or, if not, are outdated and overwhelmed by the emerging new and sophisticated latest advanced technology. Therefore, this piece of legislation is necessary to set the foundation for adoption of digital technologies across the whole of government. For the Digital Government Bill, Mr. Speaker, let me now take the House through the objectives of the Digital Government Bill 2022. As earlier stated, development of the bill is one of the PNG Digital Transformation Policy objectives. The policy was endorsed by government in 2020 and sets out the guiding principles and the basic elements that form the basis of developing the bill. These guiding principles and guidelines were drawn from stakeholder sentiments through consultation and from the expert technical advice of the partner international organizations such as the United Nations International Telecommunication Union, ITU, and others that pursue the digital government agenda. Mr. Speaker, the important mission statement as set out in the digital transformation policy are intended to enable greater coordination in the procurement, deployment, and use of digital technologies in the public sector that will result in a better, trustworthy, and secure ICT environment. Considerable thought was put into ensuring technical terms in the bill are technologically neutral and functional equivalent, properly defining using sufficiently broad wording and terminology that will enable easy understanding and implementation. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that the bill is in no way designed to circumvent the ongoing initiatives of government departments and agencies who have a well-established digital system. In fact, the bill will pave way for these systems to be enhanced and integrated with whole-of-government network for inter-agency collaborations and interactions online in a safe and secure cyber environment. 5, summary of the contents of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Having highlighted the policy objective of the bill and the processes involved in public consultation, I now provide a brief on the content of the bill. The draft legislation, Digital Government Bill 2020, has 8 parts. That is preliminary, administration, digital infrastructure, digital services and related matters, electronic data, enforcement offenses, and miscellaneous. Mr. Speaker, Part 2 provides for administration matters. This part anchors the functions of the department with regards to ICT policy oversight and digital transformation across whole of government. It establishes the department as the coordinating government agency responsible for all ICT matters within the public bodies, including cybersecurity. This is to ensure piecemeal and uncoordinated ICT projects costing government extensive expenditure budget are done constantly with ICT policies and overarching development of plans of the government. Mr. Speaker, Part 3 provides for digital infrastructure matters. This part provides for digital infrastructure ownership and usage that will be utilized to provide public service digitally using the Internet or ICT networks by public bodies. Some digital infrastructures are categorized critical for service provision. It will require NEC decision to enable the Minister to issue a directive to change or alter what is categorized as critical infrastructure. Government-private network is also established and will be operated or be oversighted by my department, aimed at reducing public expenditure from ICT costs and provide credibility into private network infrastructure operated by public bodies to ensure compliance with international best practice and standards. Mr. Speaker, all data and information transmitted through the government-private network will be safe and secure through the Secure Data Exchange platform for information and data credibility and integrity. This technology will enable layered identity authentications and verification for data and information access on government-private network. Department will be empowered to explore opportunities to develop a government-private cloud, whilst using international cloud technology from leading vendors such as Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. The department must explore means of establishing government-private cloud infrastructure in future. This is to ensure government data sovereignty is maintained for ease of exploring government revenue generation models by use of government data as an utility. A central electronic data repository will by law be established to store, secure, and enable retrieval of electronic data as the main backup for all primary data storage servers of all public bodies. This will supply data for evidence-based policy development, proper planning, and resource allocation budgeting for development. This provision is designed to address the issue of government information system, management system, silos, and install prudent government electronic data system, governance system across whole of government. Mr. Speaker, the Part 4 provides for digital services and related matters. This part provides for services provided to the public through use of ICT, infrastructure, or Internet primarily, such as online applications and online payment, etc. It provides for standards, guidelines, and specifications to be complied with to provide online services. A government online portal as a central online source of all government information shall be created by the department. The online portal will provide single entry point of all government information and access. To provide online services, the use of open data is vital. Open data using secured APIs is made mandatory for provision of online services. The provision of open data is consistent with International Open Government Partnership initiative that our government has acceded to for transparency and accountability in government businesses, Mr. Speaker, this part also provides for government domain.gov.pg. All public bodies providing online services will use government domain and no other. All public bodies employees will be encouraged by force of the Act to use government email domain for all official business correspondences. To address the issue of misinformation and false information dissemination often peddled by various social media pages purporting to be official government social media pages, the bill provides for the department to keep an official register of all government social media pages. Mr. Speaker, Part 5 provides for electronic data matters in public bodies. This part provides for electronic data governance that fundamentally enables digital transformation in government business processes and thereby service delivery. Unlike e-government that encompasses services provided online, data governance enables collecting, storing, securing, using and reusing of electronic data between different information systems. It is fundamental to government digital transformation program. Mr. Speaker, essential to this part of classification of data into three parts. Government data is classified as restricted top secret, confidential and public data, whereby standards and specifications issued by the department under this Act will provide the detailed mechanism of data governance of the three categories of government data. Any person engaged in a public body to conduct data management business with a public body shall comply strictly with approved standards. Secured data sharing technology will enable sharing of data across different government information management systems whilst maintaining data security, credibility, and integrity consistent with data. Mr. Speaker, Part 6 provides for enforcement. This part takes a proactive approach to ensure the department enforces the Act. Part 7 provides for offences. Offences under this Act for breach of this Act are primarily both civil and criminal in some cases. Part 8 provides for miscellaneous. It provides for other miscellaneous related to ICT use within public bodies, types of regulations, standards, specifications, guidelines and rules, and all other subordinate legislation will derive their legal basis from this Act. Concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker, the decision of this House to pass this bill will set the legal framework to incorporate technology-driven management control system, MCS, practices in the private sector into the public sector for digital transformation of public services. Systems will be integrated for selective data sharing for efficient and effective service delivery. Conventional service delivery processes will be digitalized and automated in a secure and safe digital government, ensuring systems management oversight by a central government body for all public bodies. This, I anticipate, to set in motion the third wave of public sector management reforms in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I want to acknowledge and thank the many people who have helped to put this bill together. And I again acknowledge everyone in the government, at NEC, of course, our Prime Minister. I'm pleased to say the Digital Government Bill has undergone thorough public consultation, and I would like to take this time to acknowledge the following institutions and individuals for their inputs in the development of the bill. Government institutions, Department of Information and Communication Technology, National Information and Communication Technology Authority, NICTA, Department of Finance, Department of National Planning and Monitoring, Department of Justice and Attorney General, Office of the State Solicitor, Office of the First Legislative Council, and National Procurement Commission. The private and international institutions and individuals, Bank South Pacific Limited, Australian High Commission of Papua New Guinea through Economic and Social Infrastructure Program, ESIP, Amazon Web Services, AWS Australia, James Inglis of New Pay Limited, Alison L. Holt, ICT consultant to the National Judicial Staff Services, Michael Wright of ESIP, Judith Hellerstein of ESIP, and Dr. Amanda H.A. Watson of Australian National University. Mr. Speaker, I present the Digital Government Bill 2022 to the House.
Honourable Member for Abao.
Very short. I just commend the minister, a very hard-working minister who is very knowledgeable in the industry himself, and And so we really thank the Minister for providing strong leadership over the last 2 years. Under his leadership, a lot of improvements and changes have come about. And so I really highly commend the Minister for this excellent bill that is presented before the House. My contribution, very short, Mr. Speaker. I would have thought it would be proper if the bill was named PNG Digital Bill rather than Digital Government Bill, because of my strong opinion that ICT and the technology is a purely private sector technology, and therefore the strong partnership with the sector and the government is key to advancing the technology in our country. But nonetheless, there is a very, very strong need for the public sector to harness the digital era, as we all experienced during the APEC meeting here in the country. And so the Minister is taking a very, very strong role. I think all of us are 100% fully convinced that the next era for our country to be transformed is transformation in the ICT sector. And the strong leadership provided by the Minister is highly commended. And all of us on this floor of government have always echoed the greater need for e-government, e-commerce, e-education, e-agriculture, e-health, etc., etc., and therefore the greater need for the ICT infrastructure to cover the entire nation, because you know there are black spots all around the country. I strongly recommend that this is why I'm saying this should be a PNG digital bill rather than purely focus on the government sector, because I really am of the strongest opinion that both energy and ICT coverage of the entire country will improve health directly, will improve business because they will access affordable energy and ICT, and therefore, you know, at one stage I was advocating for PNG's own satellite at one stage, and those are the future things that we really need to look for. My concluding remark, Mr. Speaker, is the education sector, to me, will hold a key to the advances in the human resource development. And so I strongly believe of the concept of one laptop per child concept, which is the UN concept. And so the future generation must be 100% IT literate. And in fact, our boo-boos and our children are already, they are beating us in terms of how to handle a mobile telephone. And so I really believe that the leadership by the education sector in creating a highly ICT literate society through one laptop per child by 2025, to me, is one of the most transforming things that the digital age era can bring. So God bless our country. Thank you, Minister, for your leadership. Thank you, Prime Minister, for appointing the Minister to provide very strong leadership. Thank you.
Honorable Governor for Northern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add comments to the very relevant comments made by Sepuka in regards to the presentation made by the good minister, who has been a breath of fresh air. He has been a very active minister. He has traveled most of Papua New Guinea, visiting all the provinces and attending to his duties. We commend him for this. He's been very active also in engaging with those in the IT space. And we have so much potential out here, Papua New Guineans who are operating in Papua New Guinea and abroad, with vast potential to come and contribute significantly in this area, which is actually the future. And we must heavily invest in the future that we want. And if we want to do this, then I agree here with Sepuka, we must do so especially through the education sector. I just wanted to make a few comments in regards to moving forward in particular in the cyberspace area.
Honorable Governor, let the chair interrupt you first.
Yes.
I will ask the leader for a government business to move a motion, and then I will allow you to go to debate. Leader of government business?
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of government business?
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent A, the Parliament sitting beyond 5 o'clock p.m. this day, and B, the Parliament adjourning on a motion to be moved by a minister at any time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Governor.
Comments in regards to the presentation made by our good minister. We need to seriously consider the cost of operating in this space. Let me read out just a few interesting figures. For 40 gigabytes, you pay $50 in Samoa. In Fiji, you can get 60 gigabytes for $20. In Papua New Guinea, for 50 gigabytes, you are paying 230 kina. We have to address these costs. What can we do to bring this cost down so that the internet is accessible by as many of our people as possible? That's one of the areas I want to, or that's a comment I wanted to make in relation to your presentation, Minister. The other comment I want to make is in relation to telecom. Telecom actually provides the best services in Papua New Guinea. Unfortunately, it has been abandoned. It's our own child. But we have cast it out of our house, and we are running around embracing everybody else that's coming into this country. Yet this organization provides some of the best services. Why can't we invest into this? And I would propose here a very radical proposal, perhaps. All the governors, all the provinces would like to participate in investing into telecom. For instance, we could own the towers. The revenues generated from these towers can come back to the provinces and contribute significantly into our internal revenues. And we could thereby reduce the cost of internet for our people. We could harness the opportunities to help educate our people, to improve illiteracy, to preserve our languages. Health, education, law and order will all be significantly improved if we open up all areas of this country so that we can have access to internet services. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at what is happening with giant organizations in this space such as SpaceX, Google and Amazon. These giant organizations are actually embarking on very radical efforts that will significantly reduce costs for internet, and they are also spreading out into areas that are prone to disasters. Have we made an effort to reach out to them? We must do so. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, we had a conversation with executives of SpaceX some time ago. They are still very keen to come and operate in Papua New Guinea in some way, shape or form. We have to reach out to them again, re-engage, see what can be done. Google and Amazon are also keen, but we need to make an effort to reach out to them and understand that we are connected to the rest of the world. Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, my other comment is in relation to cybersecurity. The recent, well, I want to say crash, or the recent hacking or whatever that took place of the finance system that has basically paralyzed many of us, as provinces that are reliant on IFMS, have suffered significantly, and therefore our people have suffered. Programs, services are all held up because of this so-called hacking activity that took place, which for some reason we know very little about even now. And this happened because we do not have a national cybersecurity plan in place. We need to have a proper, thorough, effective national cybersecurity plan in place for this country. And all government departments, all state-owned entities should come under this particular policy. And there should be a uniform effort to manage all of our internet services. Right now, various government departments and entities are engaging whoever they want, sometimes at very exorbitant costs. Well, that has to stop. And I'm sure you're addressing this, Minister. I've seen your documentation and your efforts and engagements that you're making out there. It's very commendable. I'm just adding this so that, we take note and we continue in this area. In regards to the public sector and the reforms that you are wishing to undertake, we need to carry out a thorough audit of all the people who are actually able to use the internet in the public sector. There are so many who still don't even know how to operate an email or a laptop, but they're in very key positions. They are the ones that are impediments to progress in many instances. Well, it's time for them to move on. If they aren't willing to learn and change, they need to be put out to pasture so they can make space for the new wave of young, innovative Papua New Guineans that are coming through, that are IT literate and capable of manning our public sector spaces, positions, key areas, etc. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Those are just my few comments in regards to this wonderful effort undertaken by our good minister. A very active minister, I must put on record here. He has done very well in this particular ministry, and I commend him for his efforts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Public Service.
It's so hot.
Talk to support this very important bill. I'd like to also take this time, as this is the last day for the 10th Parliament of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my people of Nuku for giving me the mandate for a second time. And I'd like to wish everyone a good election in 2022. And may we all go our own ways to our electorates and see each other again in the next 2 months. So I'd like to wish you all the best before I speak on the bill. It's a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, because it relates to my ministry, and I think this is the way to go. Minister and this government, I'd like to commend you because we are now in the process of making sure that we cut down the public service in the administrative sector. We will cut down in terms of cost, but I think the main thing that I'm seeing now is that the cost in terms of cutting down the manpower that is in the administrative sector, in the administrative positions, and we allow more manpower costs to be saved, and we recruit more teachers, more health workers, and more police personnel and security personnel. I think that's what we need now. So in the administrative sector, we will look at kind of like the admin assistants or any positions that is to do with administration. We can look at more IT-based, recruiting more IT-based public servants. So in other words, like instead of having three officers on 3 pays, we can cut down and get only 1 public servant to be able to do 3 jobs and cut down a lot in terms of cost. So I am really supporting this bill because it will help us to, for provinces, for example, instead of getting the provincial administrator and the HR and all the personnel down to Port Moresby for selection, we can now organize that to do all this online, and we can do it on a video conferencing instead of coming down to Port Moresby. Even you can do it down at the district level. So I think for me, it will really help the public service in terms of not really cutting down the cost, but at the same time, we transfer that manpower cost to the sectors that we need more. More teachers, more health workers, more police personnel. We need a lot of policemen. We need police personnel. We need a lot of teachers in this country. So I'm seeing that we'll cut down a lot in terms of the cost and the way for us to be more organized, and we're able to train our public servants to be more on IT-based. And in the restructures that are coming now, I'd like to appeal to governors, when you sit down with your provincial administrations, make sure that they come up with a structure that is more administrative, less, and more on the service delivery more in the districts. So I think that's the way to go, and we will look forward to see the bill that will assist the public service in a very big way in terms of cost saving, and also to transfer the cost to our sectors that need a lot more manpower in the education, health, and our disciplinary forces. So with that, I'd like to comment and support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister in the government.
Attorney General.
Sorry, Honorable Attorney General, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to support the bill. First, me like talk thank you long, Prime Minister, long giving me chance long come up. One blah appointed one blah minister na bian two blah ministries me serve him. Na two me like extend him. Talk thank you go former Prime Minister long giving me chance long come up Minister Blong higher education. Long this two blah ministries or three blah ministers rather. Mr. Speaker, I did my best and I never let the people of Imbongo down. So me like to thank you long people of Imbongo long giving me 5-year term. So next 5-year term you can ask him now. I hope they will give it to me. With this,
you'll get it.
Thank you. Me like comment him this bill minister work hard too long this plan. Na important also communication skill communication is very important. So some time looking also some areas minister time you working low at the same time you must look him also people signals gone everywhere that we are covered. So some areas in Ogola yet. So very important that you must kiss him signal icona and or you can communicate the long also coastal areas shipping also all plant line also travel now all upon him heavy long and this lab areas you must strong him long communicate signals must go to this place. Long upside blomibla too, some bla bushes, some bla bush place in got communication. So Minister, you must strong him this lana. Communications must reach him all this lana. Signals must go. Narbla long and all using social media long and only all mangi no got qualifications long and all kind name all use him. You must tight him, Minister, you must tight him, and this law so that only must make him statement, a responsible statement. He no can walk him nothing he gonna. I bagrab him one blaman. He no sabe, you mean no sabe, treat him all two no got standing long all monkey lo street that's all make him kind talk na bian all put lo media na. All talk about this man still also, this man also na. All make him long end. You must polish him. You must make sure that all you must guide him this statements. All man, all students, all man street mangi all make him long end. So one time this meeting him also, Minister, you are experienced man in communications, and so far you're taking on, and I hope. You work in good la work na. Me think also people belong. South Bougainville can put him you back. With this Speaker, me like congratulating you. You taking long time. You sit down. Now you go back to when I'm work. You work in good la work. You papa true belong. Me like taking chance long this la time also. You are fitting to be a speaker. Also na. Me like talk thank you also. You must come back, and because plenty money talk you come down, so talk blow you clear. You know where you're going. You know what you. Some time meeting or some you come up lawyer too. Now you line him plan something. Now you take him this chance. Now you sit down long this speaker's position. Feeding for you to sit. With this, God bless you.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide for digital government through through the use of information and communication technology, and B, enable the streamlining, planning, coordination, development, and implementation across the whole of government of digital service, digital infrastructure, digital skills, and all other aspects of digital government.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, dated 20 April 2022, recommending the expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such expenditure. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 56 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand?
Senate.
Those against, please stand. The results of the vote. The ayes 56 and the noes 0. Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to provide for digital government through the use of information and communication technologies, and B, enable the streamlining, planning, coordination, development and implementation across the whole of the government of digital services, digital infrastructure, digital skills and all other aspects of digital government and for related purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business.
No motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent Minister for Treasury presenting the Salaries and Remuneration Commission report.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Treasurer.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Mr. Sanabli here. Miss Sanabli here. Honourable members, pursuant to statute, I present the 38th report of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honourable members, I move that the report and its recommendations be adopted.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, or SRC, has directed the preparation of the 38th report of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to present the leaders' pay review covering the years 2016 to 2022 for the consideration of the National Parliament of Papua New Guinea. The recommendations in this report become confirmed determinations of the Commission upon endorsement by this Parliament. Public leaders from the three categories of appointed and public service leaders, elected leaders and judicial leaders have forgone a pay review since 2016 due to economic and political challenges. This pay review deals with the remuneration and benefits of leaders from the local level council to the highest officers of the three arms of government, with the objective of building relativity and parity into the policy regime of leaders' wage fixation. This has been accomplished over the last 3 years since 2018. Mr. Speaker, numerous submissions have been assessed and consultations conducted with stakeholder leaders from the various leader categories with a view to not only recommended and award reasonable and equitable compensation for public leaders, but for proper governance to also review and, when necessary, amend the provisions in the current determinations which provide the guidelines under which the determinations are to be administered by the relevant authorities. The Commission and its Secretariat have completed the first full review of public leaders' remuneration and benefits in more than 2 decades without assistance from external consultants, saving an estimated 1.5 million kina for the government. This has been done through a system of subcommittees that were specifically convened for the review and ceased having served their purpose. Mr. Speaker, this is the first report of the Commission since 2013 and is detailed to reintroduce the Commission and fully advise Parliament on the activities of the Commission from the last 37th SRC report up to the completion of this report. This is the first report in what is anticipated to become a triannual review of leaders' remuneration and benefits. This report, once adopted by Parliament, will replace and supersede all prior reports of the Commission, and all recommendations herein will form the 2020 Salaries and Remuneration Commission determinations and shall remain in force until such time as they are reviewed and amended by the Commission and passed again by our Parliament. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 216A(3) of the Constitution and the Salaries and Remunerations Commission Act of 1988, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, or SRC, is responsible for recommending to Parliament from time to time, at intervals determined by it, the salaries, allowances and benefits, financial and otherwise, of all leaders under its jurisdiction. The Commission also has the authority to recommend to Parliament the pensions and retirement benefits of former leaders, where the pensions and retirement benefits of those leaders are not provided for by existing legislation. No other body or individual has this authority. Once a decision on a particular benefit is made, the Commission then reports it to Parliament in the form of a recommendation for the Parliament's consideration. The Parliament may accept or reject a report of the Commission, but may not amend or alter any part of a Commission report or recommendation. All SRC determinations have an immediate effect and run from time to time. They are made unless otherwise set aside by the Parliament. If an SRC decision is rejected by the Parliament, then it is deemed to have been valid from the date it was affected and ceases to run from the date it is set aside by our House. Mr. Speaker, in this, the 38th report of the Commission to Parliament, the Commission, in its efforts to perform its mandated functions and in accordance with Section 216(5)(a) of the Constitution, requests the Parliament to note that the Commission has made the following determinations with immediate effect, such that increase in base salaries for judicial leaders. On the 2nd of December 2019, the Commission approved an increase in base salaries of the judicial leaders as shown in Amended 2 of the report. As of September 2020, the National and Judicial Staff Services NJSS confirmed the full implementation of the awards granted in this determination. Flow-on entitlements to the Chief Ombudsman. On the 20th of May 2021, the Commission approved the flow-on adjustment